Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
What's in it? Someone said this, and the crowd, who had been afraid to approach the sarcophagus because of its strange aura, suddenly became interested. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Gradually, curiosity about the sarcophagus dispelled the fear in everyone's heart. "Open it and have a look." The captain and the sea fishing tycoon looked at each other, and both saw a hint of expectation in each other's eyes. Opening a treasure chest, drawing cards, scratching lottery tickets, these are the things that can arouse human desire the most. What will be in the treasure chest? Is it some kind of precious treasure? When thinking of this, no one, whether the onlookers or the parties involved, can remain calm. Where are the tools? The lid of this sarcophagus is so heavy, someone come to help. Be careful, yes, that's it. So, with the joint efforts of several people, the materials on the sarcophagus were washed clean, and the lid was slowly pushed open. Wow! And just when the lid was moved away, everyone felt a dazzling golden light blooming from the sarcophagus. Looking closely, the sarcophagus was filled with gold coins as big as the bottom of a bowl. Gold! It's gold coins! These gold coins emitted a crazy light, and a skull was depicted on it, 17 or 18, the pirate flag of the century. This is a pirate gold coin. Although the origin of the gold coin and the sarcophagus is unknown, the captain thinks that the only person who can make the gold coin like this must be a legendary pirate. And there are too many gold coins here. Even if we don't mention the antique value, the gold coin itself is worth a lot of money. Gulp. The passengers obviously have never seen so many gold coins. There are almost 1,000 gold coins in here, right? This sentence, like a huge rock thrown into the lake, aroused the possessiveness of the captain and the rich businessman. The two sides began to argue about the ownership of the gold coin. One party said that he paid for the sea fishing and everything he caught should belong to him. But the captain said that it was his own boat that caught it, so it should belong to him. The passengers on the ship did not say anything. However, some of them began to plan secretly. So many gold coins, if they could get them, would definitely be a lot of wealth. Because a sarcophagus that was accidentally salvaged and the skeleton gold coins in it seemed to have magic, more and more people were aroused by greed. "Minister, something happened degrees." A few days later, although the Ministry of Magic inside. The door of the minister's office was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 50s came in. He had thick eyebrows and sharp eyes and looked like an old lion. His name is Rufus Scrimgeour, and he is the head of the British Auror Command. In the wizarding world, Aurors are like a violent organization that combines the functions of a police station and the army. As the immediate boss of all Aurors in Britain, Scrimgeour is vigorous and resolute, and he does not tolerate any sand in his eyes. "What's wrong, Rufus?" Unknown creatures appeared at Ramsgate Pier in Kent, England. Scrimgeour put the information in front of Fudge. Many local muggles witnessed this suspicious creature and caused quite a commotion. Damn it. Fudge. Who is causing trouble? I want to put the wizard who caused this mess in jail. Fudge has just taken office as minister and needs to maintain his image. But at this time, such turmoil occurred. Slap in the face, a complete slap in the face. Fudge couldn't help but start to think whether he had offended someone by taking office. Those guys were jealous of him, so they deliberately made trouble. Our Aurors went there as soon as possible and used the Oblivion charm on all the local muggles to modify their memories. In the memories of these muggles, the supernatural events caused by magic were all replaced by understandable phenomena. These things are easy for Aurors to do. Has it been solved? That's good. Fudge secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to praise Scrimgeour for his good work, but he heard the latter say, "It's not over yet, Mr. Minister. We captured those strange magical creatures and found that they were all cursed muggles." Curse! Hearing this, Fudge vaguely realized that this matter was not simple, so he picked up the documents on the desk and read them carefully. The more he looked, the more frightened Fudge became. According to the Auror's investigation, the so-called strange creatures turned out to be some rotten skeletons with ragged clothes and pieces of flesh hanging all over their bodies. These people were no different from ordinary people when there was no moonlight, but once they were exposed to direct moonlight, they would immediately turn into rotten skeletons. Whether before turning into skeletons or in their normal state, these muggles are immune to any harm. At this point, Scrimgeour felt his scalp tingling. Mr. Minister, any form of harm. What do you mean? We made some attempts, whether it was cutting off their hands and feet or burning them with fire, we could not cause any real harm to them. Of course, all these things can be done, but as long as the moonlight disappears and the sun rises, all the leftover corpses will disappear, and the most important piece of the broken corpse will be restored to its original state and the cursed muggles will be resurrected. Merlin's beard. Fudge has been in the magic world for so long and he has never heard of such a weird curse. The magic of unknown origin turned a group of muggles into undead skeletons. How did this happen? According to our investigation, the source of the curse is this thing. Scrimgeour put the skeleton gold coin on the desk. Using legilimency, we found the place where the gold coin first appeared. Next, Scrimgeour reported to Fudge the details of the cruise ship fishing and finally caught the sarcophagus and the cursed gold coin. Fudge was a little overwhelmed after listening. He is a politician and he is very good at playing mud and intrigue. Lies. But when it comes to magic, Jeji is a bit clueless. To be honest, Fudge couldn't imagine how terrible this strange curse was. Is it a curse? Fudge moved away from the skeleton gold coin with some worry. Seeing this, Scrimgeour hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Minister. You will only be cursed if you take the gold coin out of the sarcophagus. In other words, if you get this gold coin from someone else, then no matter what you do, the final price will only be borne by the person who first took it. Otherwise, the power of the gold coin is too terrifying. Anyone who takes over and uses it will become a walking corpse. It's not an exaggeration to say that this thing is a curse plague in the wizarding world. This is also a blessing in disguise." Scrimgeour said distressedly. "It's just that our people have studied this gold coin for a long time but still haven't been able to deduce its antidote. Can't find a way to remove the curse." Fudge thought it was incredible. He knew the ability of St. Mungo's hospital in dealing with magical damage. Except for the 3 unforgivable curses, there was nothing that magic could not solve. "Yes, Minister Jer," Scrimgeour. "After those people turned into skeletons, there was no magical reaction on their bodies. This is very strange. In theory, even if the werewolves did not transform, they could still verify their special identities by using special magic to test them. However, this group of cursed people was different. When they were not exposed to the moonlight, they were no different from ordinary people. If I had to describe it, it was probably that their senses seemed to be a little duller than before." "Dampened senses? Fudge, what do you mean?" "When eating, the taste began to fade, which is the most obvious point. Scrimgeour is an experienced auror. He has seen a lot of black magic and has a certain understanding of the magic systems of various countries. In his opinion, this curse is very similar to the legends of ghost ships that are circulated in Europe and the United States. According to my judgment, these people will eventually become real zombies and will never be able to experience the beauty of the living again." "Like those ghosts." "Almost." Scrimgeour nodded and said, "The only difference between them and the ghosts is that they still have a body. Although this body has no flesh and blood, only a rotten skeleton is left, it is still a little better than the ghosts that have become nothingness." "I know." Fudge felt a headache and gave an order, "Catch all the people related to it. Also, find the sarcophagus and the gold coins that were taken away." "Yes, Mr. Minister." That's what Scrimgeour did. After Scrimgeour left, Fudge's face darkened completely. He still suspected that there was something fishy going on in this incident and who was plotting against him in secret. Could it be Dumbledore? Although he was extremely respectful to the world's strongest white wizard on the surface, Fudge always knew that he was just a puppet pushed to the front by Dumbledore. Look at the influence of the old headmaster. He just said Fudge is good and Fudge became the Minister of Magic. Are other people worse than him? Not to mention others, just Scrimgeour who just left. His ability is above Fudge. Dafe, but it's useless. Because Dumbledore chose himself, so he is the Minister of Magic. I won't stay in Dumbledore's shadow forever, no. Fudge comforted himself in this way and then showed that amiable smile again and used magic to contact Dumbledore. Yes, contact Dumbledore. Although he was wary, Fudge was still young and still needed to respect the old headmaster. Especially in this case, those strange, cursed gold coins even sent. Mungo's hospital and the Ministry of Magic's curse breakers could not do anything. Although Hogwarts was just a school, many of the professors there were masters of magic in various fields. Cornely. Soon, a wave of magic emerged from a two-sided mirror, followed by the figure of the old headmaster. The mirror reflected the scene of the headmaster's office of Hogwarts. But there was not only Dumbledore and a boy of 11 or 12 who looked like a young wizard who had just entered school. This seems to be. Fudge remembered that the other person seemed to be called Wen. Ivan had a great reputation in Hogwarts. Because of the troll incident before, even Fudge had heard of his name. Of course, he had only heard of him a little. As for more, Fudge didn't care that much. What kind of genius wizard could defeat trolls and dark wizards within 1 year of entering school? To Fudge, this sounded more like a publicity stunt for Ivan. So it's all fake. Albus. Though he was blaming Dumbledore in his heart, Fudge's face was full of smiles. I'm so sorry to bother you so late, you know, Albus. 1. I just took office and I'm still unfamiliar with many things about the Ministry of Magic. However, as Fudge said this, he found that Ivan was still standing beside Dumbledore with no intention of leaving at all. What's going on? It stands to reason that when the headmaster of Hogwarts talks with the Minister of Magic, shouldn't a little wizard leave first? Even if Ivan doesn't understand this, doesn't Dumbledore understand it either? However, Ivan is still there and Dumbledore doesn't mean to let Ivan leave. Elks. Dumbledore saw Fudge suddenly stop and asked in confusion, Cornely, why did you come to see me? Fudge was silent for a while, and he frequently used his eyes to hint to Dumbledore to let Ivan leave. Dumbledore saw it and the old headmaster slapped his forehead and smiled awkwardly. Look at me, I almost forgot about this kid. Fudge breathed a sigh of relief and now he believed the rumors that Dumbledore had Alzheimer's disease. Fortunately, the old headmaster finally reacted. Let me introduce you. Dumbledore, this is Ivan Ambrosius, a new student who just enrolled in Hogwarts this year. He is the most gifted child I have ever seen. Dumbledore noticed Fudge's problem, but he is not Ivan and has not read the original novel. Therefore, the old headmaster did not think there was anything wrong with Fudge. This is indeed the case. Fudge is greedy for power, which is not wrong. The mistake is that he still suspected that Dumbledore wanted to seize power when Voldemort returned and even ignored the danger of the Ministry of Magic. In Ivan's words, Fudge is a king who maintains the status quo. If there is no major disaster, people like him who are good at disguising themselves can ensure the stability of the wizarding world. At least Fudge is not confident enough to think that he can reform the wizarding world with his talent. The old headmaster wants to introduce Ivan to Fudge. According to Ivan's talent, he can definitely take a smooth road in the future. After graduating from Hogwarts with the help of Dumbledore and the connections he had accumulated over the years in the school, coupled with his own talent, quickly gained power. He first became the Minister of Magic in the British Ministry of Magic, and then joined the French Ministry of Magic and the German Ministry of Magic to form a unified alliance in Western Europe. The next step is to become the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. Perhaps Ivan will lose several elections because he is too young, but Ivan is still young. He can wait for a while until he is about 30 years old and stand on the international stage. Dumbledore had discussed these things with Ivan, but Ivan didn't agree. He is him and Dumbledore is Dumbledore and they have different personalities. The path chosen by Dumbledore may not be suitable for Ivan. Of course, it was Dumbledore's good intention anyway, and even if Ivan didn't accept it, he wouldn't refuse it directly. Ivan had no reason to refuse Dumbledore's connections. It was just that the Minister of Magic looked a little nonsense little wizard. How could someone publish academic papers in the first year? He also created his own spells. Does he think he is the reincarnation of Merlin? Through legilimency, Ivan heard Fudge's inner voice. How to say it, this minister is even more stupid than Ivan imagined. Oh. Fudge, of course. I always admire your vision, Albus. So now. Fudge almost told Dumbledore to get Ivan out quickly. Now we can talk about things. Old Dumbledore asked Ivan to sit down. This attitude also told Fudge that Ivan was qualified to listen to what they said. Old fool. Fudge was really furious at Dumbledore's attitude of not taking the Minister of Magic seriously. He took a few deep breaths and reminded himself that it was not the time to turn against Dumbledore. It's good to know some things outside the school in advance. Fudge laughed and said, "After you graduate, you will come to work in the Ministry of Magic, right?" Cornely. Dumbledore reminded Fudge to talk about business. Okay. Let's talk about what happened tonight. Fudge told Dumbledore about the strange cursed items that appeared at the docks in the east of England. After listening to Dumbledore and Ivan, the former only pondered the principle of the curse and how to break it. But Ivan, what the hell? Ivan thought to himself. The gold coins that turn people into skeletons are salvaged from the sarcophagus under the sea, and all the people who touch them first will be cursed. This information is almost exactly the same as a movie Ivan had seen in his previous life. Aren't these the Aztec gold coins in Pirates of the Caribbean? Ivan was a little suspicious of the origin of these gold coins. He had previously only focused on the dead soul's chest and thought that the main task of the first year would be a North Sea giant monster or a Davy Jones to fight him. Unexpectedly, the Black Pearl came with the name of the dead soul's chest. But the system seems to have only summoned that box of cursed gold coins. Of course, it may not be summoned directly from the Pirates of the Caribbean set, but the system, like the secret wardrobe, used the power of magic to reshape them. No matter which one it is, Ivan has the responsibility to solve this matter. But will the Ministry of Magic let me get started? Ivan recognizes the significance of the Ministry of Magic, but he still doesn't like it. There is no way. It is because of the preconceived notions in the original novel that makes it difficult for Ivan to trust the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge, Fudge, these people are by no means a minority in the Ministry of Magic. Just like now, whenever Ivan proposed to break the curse, Jeji would reject him immediately. Ridiculous political struggle. They are obviously a group of wizards who have the personal power called magic, but they are fighting for power and profit like ordinary people. Let's go and see. Dumbledore stood up and called Ivan. Cornely, you should not mind if I bring a student to the Ministry of Magic to learn more. Of course. Fudge wanted to say, where did this little wizard come from? Can he go to the Ministry of Magic? However, Dumbledore was firm in his attitude and Fudge could only nod and bow to welcome their arrival. I'll be there soon. After disconnecting the communication, Dumbledore said to Ivan, Flu Network, our target is the Ministry of Magic. Although you can use Fox's apparition to go to the Ministry of Magic directly, but this exclusive apparition is their trump card to save their lives. On weekdays, if you can't expose it, try not to expose it. Professor, do you know that kind of curse? Never seen it before. Dumbledore was also confused after listening to Fudge's description. But I guess it should be some kind of ancient witchcraft from America. Witchcraft? The magic used by Native Americans. Dumbledore did not explain the characteristics of this magic, but only told Ivan that witchcraft is mostly cruel and bloody. In the definition of the European magic world, most witchcraft is black magic. This makes the wizards in the British magic world quite resistant to so-called witchcraft, well, at least on the surface. Boom! Then, Ivan and Dumbledore walked into the fireplace one after the other and used Flu powder to go to the fireplace of the Ministry of Magic. The green flames rose, and the two saw the members of the Ministry of Magic waiting outside the fireplace. They were led by Fudge plus Scrimgeour before, as well as Amelia Burns, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Kingsley, the Auror Striker. This shows how much trouble the cursed gold coin incident caused. At this time of day, the Ministry of Magic would have gone off work long ago and would not have summoned the senior executives present again to discuss such a mess. Dumbledore. When everyone saw Dumbledore, they hurried forward to greet him. They noticed Ivan following behind Dumbledore. Aha, isn't this the genius little wizard? Kingsley saw this scene and immediately understood what Dumbledore meant. Headmaster, too, was training Ivan. He had never seen Dumbledore care so much about a student. Just from this point, we can see how amazing Ivan's talent is. Even Dumbledore wanted to teach him personally. I've heard of you. You can transform spells right after you go to school. Miss Burns smiled and greeted Ivan. I've read your paper published in The Future of Spells. It's hard to imagine that a child as young as you can pass the review of such a cutting-edge magic publication. You're too kind. Ivan heard the other party call himself Burns and hurriedly said, Excuse me, who is Susan to you? That's my niece. Amelia whispered beside Ivan. When she went home for Christmas, she often mentioned you in front of us. My pleasure. Next, Ivan greeted Barty Crouch and Scrimgeour. Although Fudge was very impatient, Dumbledore had brought people here and he would not disturb everyone's interest with such obvious preference. This is the cursed gold coin. The cursed gold coin is just a sample. As for the sarcophagus, it is now stored in Gringotts. What's the point of putting it in Gringotts? Ivan didn't understand what the Ministry of Magic was thinking. It was obviously a cursed item, but it was handed over to the goblins and kept by outsiders. Do they really not treat goblins as outsiders? Ivan ignored Fudge and focused on the cursed gold coin. If Ivan might have had some doubts before. Now, after witnessing the strange magic emitted by the gold coin with his own eyes, he can be 100% sure that this is the test prepared by the system for him. Did you see anything, Albus? Fudge saw Dumbledore observing the gold coin there, but he didn't say anything for a long time and he was a little anxious. Wait a minute, don't be anxious, Cornelius. 470, Dumbledore took out his wand. The wand that looked like a dead branch in the eyes of others was so dazzling in Ivan's eyes. In terms of magic power alone, the old wand was the most terrifying magic prop Ivan had ever seen. It was hard to imagine how such a wand was made. The curse on it is very strange. Dumbledore tapped the gold coin with his wand, floating it in the air and looking at it carefully. Seeing this, the officials of the Ministry of Magic remained silent. There was no way, because among all the people present, Dumbledore was the authority in the field of magic. Ivan, I'm here. Did you see anything? Dumbledore's words directly attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? The headmaster was actually asking a little wizard what he thought. It's an incredible curse that can be self-sufficient. Ivan ignored everyone's reactions. Like Dumbledore, he wanted to understand the principle of the cursed gold coin with all his heart. Dumbledore, go on. The gold coin itself is a product of alchemy. Ivan. In addition, according to the degree of change of magic power, I judge that the magic on it has existed for at least 400 years or even 500 years. In 500 years, even if it is a magic prop, most of the magic on it will dissipate. But this cursed gold coin remains intact. Not only that, it can once again cast a curse on Muggles after 500 years. In Ivan's concept, the only magic that can remain immortal for hundreds of years is Hogwarts Castle and the relics of the Four-Eyed Head. Of course, the 3 Deathly Hallows must also be magic items of this level, and they are more mysterious than the former. But the problem is that this is just a cursed gold coin. Nearly 1,000 gold coins if all the original magic power is left. It is hard to imagine how powerful the curse on it will be. So, Fudge didn't understand why Ivan was the only one talking. What do you want to say? He wanted to know what Dumbledore was doing. Is this teaching the little wizard? Ivan means that this is a curse that cannot be broken by force. Dumbledore was very disappointed with Fudge. The other party returned all the magic knowledge to the professor after graduation. Break it by force. In other words, St. Mungo's hospital, potions, and the end of all curses are ineffective against it. In the end, it was Scrimgeour who understood what the two meant. He widened his eyes. I have never seen such a curse. In fact, there are many such curses. Ivan gave Scrimgeour many examples, such as vampires, werewolves, and blood-cursed orcs. These are curses rooted in the blood and cannot be broken by force. To be honest, to this day, the method of how these beings can restore their human bodies has long been lost. What should we do? Fudge didn't want to hear this, he just wanted to know how to solve this problem. It can be alleviated. Dumbledore shook his head and put the cursed gold coin back. Using potions and special spells, Muggles can recover temporarily. But this is obviously not enough. Fudge, at least 20 Muggles have been cursed, and the Ministry of Magic can't make them disappear forever. Cleansing the memory of Muggles and making them forget something is what the Ministry of Magic can do. But making a group of Muggles disappear completely, even if the Ministry of Magic can do it easily, Linji can't do it. Because it violates the laws of the Ministry of Magic and it will leave a huge loophole, increasing the risk of exposure to the wizarding world. We need time, Cornelius. Dumbledore would naturally not ignore this problem, but he did not find a way to break the curse for a while. And this kind of gold coins, we need more. The cursed gold coin is an important material. With Dumbledore's profound knowledge, he can find a way to break the curse in a week at most. The breaking here is not forcible breaking, but finding the way to break the curse originally set. If this thing is really the Aztec cursed gold coin, then the way to break it should be to let the person who took the gold coin return it and repay blood with blood. Thinking of this, Ivan immediately used the magic eye and spiritual vision and simulated the ratio of the curse and special blood in his mind. And the result was just as Ivan thought. The thing was really an Aztec gold coin. Do you want to tell old Dumbledore? For a moment, Ivan hesitated. He trusts old Dumbledore very much now, but now is obviously not the time to say this. The officials of the Ministry of Magic and Fudge are here. Ivan has been in the limelight enough. If he jumps out again, he will easily become the target of public criticism. Dumbledore also noticed this. He just looked at Fudge calmly, waiting for the reply from the Minister of Magic. Okay, Fudge said, but the things are in Gringotts. You know, no matter what, once it falls into the hands of those greedy goblins, it will not be so easy to get it out. So why put the things in Gringotts? Ivan found that the officials of the Ministry of Magic looked ugly, so he turned on legilimency. Only then did he understand that the goblins of Gringotts had taken the sarcophagus away long before the Aurors found out. In the end, the Ministry of Magic just intercepted the batch of cursed gold coins that had already leaked out from the goblins. The real big head is still inside Gringotts. However, considering the special nature of these cursed gold coins, the powerful magic that can rival the relics of the four giants, it is impossible to make the goblins spit out the things. Gold coins and such are not important. Fudge did not want to have conflicts with the goblins as he wanted to be re-elected as the Minister of Magic. Everything should be stable and steady and victorious. This is Fudge's code of conduct. We took the gold coins back. Dumbledore took a cursed gold coin and he and Ivan left the Ministry of Magic and returned to Hogwarts. The officials of the Ministry of Magic did not expect that even Dumbledore could not solve the problem this time. Fortunately, they still have time. With Dumbledore's magical attainments, he will find a way sooner or later. On the other side, Dumbledore took Ivan back to the principal's office. The two walked out of the fireplace with green flames and Dumbledore put the cursed gold coin on the desk. The old man said, Ivan, you should have seen it, right? Some ideas. Ivan said, Professor, what about you? Almost. Dumbledore's knowledge once again exceeded Ivan's expectations. After just such a brief contact, Dumbledore analyzed the curse and found a way to break it. Bloodline 2 curse and hatred for the greedy. If I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore. To break the curse on it, you need the blood of the person who picked up the gold coin and returned the gold coin in person, as expected of you. Ivan thought of the Aztec gold coins in Pirates of the Caribbean from the system task. However, Dumbledore judged the correct answer based on his experience and vision. As expected of you, Dumbledore. Ivan secretly sighed at Dumbledore's strength and asked, Why don't you tell them directly? Telling them doesn't mean that things will end here. It seems that Dumbledore also knows the problem of the Ministry of Magic, and he is not worried that they can't break the curse. The problem is that it is easy to break and it is not difficult for me to curse the gold coins. But these gold coins are now in the hands of the goblins, which is very troublesome. You mean we should first take the sarcophagus and the gold coins inside back from the goblins? Ivan understood what Dumbledore was worried about. These cursed gold coins contained extremely powerful magic. Such things need to be sealed with powerful magic. As for Gringotts, even dark wizards like Quirrell can enter and exit freely in such a place. Its security is full of loopholes. I will ask the Ministry of Magic to find all the people who took the gold coins. The sarcophagus, the gold coins, and the people who took the gold coins. Only when these three are gathered together can the curse be officially broken. In addition, there is one more point. Dumbledore's influence is too great. If he doesn't take it easy and tells them the correct answer right away, the Ministry of Magic will appear very incompetent. In this way, Fudge will not only not be grateful to Dumbledore but will blame him for stealing his limelight. I don't quite understand. Ivan asked, why do you support such a person to become the Minister of Magic? He was not like this before. Dumbledore was also troubled. Before Fudge became the minister, there was almost no fault in his behavior. However, after he came to power, except for the frequent consultation with Dumbledore at the beginning, he seemed to have changed into a different person. It was not until this time that Dumbledore understood. It turned out that everything Fudge did before was to please him. He restrained himself and made himself a person that Dumbledore admired. Until he gained power and status, his true nature was exposed. If a person can pretend to be a good person for his whole life, then he is a good person. Unfortunately, in the face of the temptation of power, Fudge chose to indulge himself and drifted away from his original personality. Then should we do nothing? We have to prepare in advance. Dumbledore said this curse has many flaws. Flaws. Yes, Dumbledore, to be precise, it should be the method to break this curse. It seems easy, but there are traps everywhere. There are many requirements to break the curse, and these requirements are very easy to have problems. For example, there are 888 gold coins in total. If someone destroys one of the gold coins, can the curse still be broken? Then what if the person who took the gold coin died and had no blood left? The negative emotions on the gold coin are extremely strong. Obviously, the caster is full of malice towards the person who picked up the gold coin, and he hopes that they will suffer eternal torment. So what the Ministry of Magic has to do now is to find all the cursed muggles and gather them together. At the same time, the lost gold coins must be collected and the sarcophagus taken away by the goblins. Of course, not a single gold coin in the sarcophagus can be lost. The goblins wouldn't be so stupid as to take the gold coins away, would they? Not impossible. The goblins are famous for their greed for magic items. Dumbledore couldn't tell them this on the spot because of Fudge's face. He had to wait until tomorrow to save Fudge's face by making the wizards of the Ministry of Magic look less incompetent after spending a whole night. Then, what will happen to them after the curse is broken? Destroy them. Ivan's task is to restore the sarcophagus and the gold coins. He can't let the city destroy them. I don't think so. Dumbledore didn't realize what Ivan meant. He said, no one is willing to destroy such treasures. Although cursed items are cursed, there are still people in the magic world who sell such things. Its danger is dangerous, but its value is also very high. Gringotts or the Ministry of Magic, its final destination is no more than these two places. Dumbledore's words made Ivan's heart sink slightly. He almost knew what the main task wanted him to do. Break into Gringotts or break into the Ministry of Magic and take away the cursed gold coins. Challenge the two largest forces in Britain right away. The only thing Ivan is thankful for now is that these two forces do not have a great wizard like Dumbledore. Ivan is still very confident in terms of force, but how to do it specifically? There are also the aftermath issues. I can't just force my way in, right? And in order not to expose his identity, Ivan can't use some iconic powers. This adds a lot of difficulty to his actions. Don't act rashly, you have to plan well. Ivan decided to wait and see, wait for the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts to take action, and then make sufficient preparations before completing the main task. A few days later, Dumbledore told the Ministry of Magic how to break the curse the next day. The wizards in the Ministry of Magic were shocked by Dumbledore's ability. But perhaps they were used to it, so they did not doubt him and immediately recovered all the cursed gold coins and the cursed muggles. It was just that the magic encountered some troubles in the negotiations with Gringotts. The goblins did not agree to bring the sarcophagus and the remaining gold coins to the Ministry of Magic, but asked the Aurors to perform the ritual of removing the curse in Gringotts. The officials of the Ministry of Magic were quite dissatisfied with this. Isn't it just in Gringotts? As long as the curse can be removed, what difference does it make whether it is in the Ministry of Magic or Gringotts? In the end, it was Fudge who spoke up, directly ignoring the racial friction between wizards and goblins and choosing to give in. Of course, this incident caused quite a stir in the online shopping world. The reporters of the Daily Prophet, led by Rita Skeeter, raised Fudge's behavior to the level of racial conflict. For a time, the entire British wizarding world and even the international community were strongly dissatisfied with Fudge's behavior. As for the final result, Fudge used orders to suppress domestic newspapers and forcefully suppress the incident. He probably didn't expect such public opinion to emerge. The original plan to make a big thing small was exposed, and not only did his reputation fail to improve, but it also declined a lot. Damn it! How did those dog noses know all this? Fudge slammed the Daily Prophet on the desk. He had obviously tried his best to cover up the matter of when who betrayed himself, Mr. Minister. Scrimgeour. Don't we really need to recycle the sarcophagus and the gold coins inside? How to recycle? Fudge, the goblins are guarding against us like thieves. Gold, antiques, and powerful magic items, each of these 3 items hits the goblins' XP, and when all are added together they are regarded as treasures. If the Ministry of Magic had any covetous thoughts, the goblins would jump up in response. So let's just leave it at that. What else can we do? Fudge no longer cared about the sarcophagus. At most, it was just some valuable magic items. As long as the goblins could ensure that they could guard it, they would not care who got it the next week. Anyway, even if the Ministry of Magic took over, the cursed gold coins would not become his. In this case, why should Fudge bother to think about these things? Why do you care so much? Fudge looked at Scrimgeour suspiciously. He thought of the news in the Daily Prophet and had some doubts. Think about it carefully. If something happened to him, who would be the candidate for the next minister? Scrimgeour or Amelia? They must be plotting against me. Fudge remained calm on the surface, but in fact he had begun to guard against the 2 of them. So he did not say more to Scrimgeour but directly asked him to do his own thing and not think about it anymore. Negotiating with goblins is not good at all. It is a thankless task. Only fools would do it. Just as I thought, the things were taken away by the goblins in the end. On the other side, Ivan sat in the dormitory. His eyes surrendered to the wardrobe in front of him. The picture that emerged in the mirror was Gringotts. In the picture, the goblins got the scattered gold coins from the Ministry of Magic. The curse has been broken. The memories of those muggles and everyone related to this matter have been deleted and modified by the Ministry of Magic. From the perspective of the incident, this is already a good ending. However, Ivan's main task has just begun. He needs to recycle the task items and use the existing magic knowledge to completely break the curse. Only in this way can Ivan complete the task and gain some experience points. Is the thing placed here? Looking at the vault where the goblins stored the sarcophagus in the mirror, Ivan remembered the number on it. This is exactly Ivan's prophetic ability. Predictions of things that have happened in the past. As long as it doesn't involve a powerful person like the great magician, there is almost nothing in this world that Ivan can't spy on. How deep is the vault under Gringotts? However, Ivan found that he couldn't remember the route the goblins took to the vault for a while. There was no way. The railroad track was like a roller coaster, and the whole picture was constantly shaking left and right. Even though Ivan had an amazing memory, he could only force himself to remember it and browse it over and over in his mind. The route is in hand, and the location of the gold coins is also determined. Then what Ivan has to do next is how to break into Gringotts, how to open the door of the vault and then leave safely. Ivan's choice is much less because he can't reveal his identity. First of all, it's a matter of getting out. I can use the Phoenix's flame apparition to leave directly from the underground vault. There are anti-apparition magic inside and outside Gringotts, and anti-curse barriers are specially developed for various races with the ability to apparition. The goblins really spent a lot of money to protect their wealth. Unfortunately, this didn't work for Ivan. No matter how well prepared the goblins were, they would never have thought that someone could use a mythical creature like the Phoenix to perform apparition. In fact, the anti-Phoenix apparition spell does not exist in the world today, and no one will develop it. After all, the only 2 wizards in the world who have phoenixes are Dumbledore and Ivan. It is impossible for people without phoenixes to study counter-curses. As for the old and young, even if they really have the anti-Phoenix translocation curse, they will not give it to others, let alone use it against each other. Moreover, Fox is quite different from the Phoenix. Unless both parties can hand over their pets to each other and let the other party study for a period of time, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. First, determine which magic to use. Ivan is not very worried that his identity will be known by Dumbledore. His goal is to break the curse. After the magic power on the soul chest dissipates, they become ordinary items. This means that Ivan does not need to prepare a reason for his behavior. Anyway, the ending is here. The things are gone. Ivan will neither take them for himself nor do anything with them. Old Dumbledore is not a great and glorious person. He is actually very partial to his own people. In this way, what I really need to guard against is the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts. Ivan only needs to be careful not to let them associate the invading wizard with himself, and he will be safe. Gringotts. Diagon Alley. Ivan came to the outside of Gringotts. He didn't do any disguise, no black cloak, no need to dress himself up like a dark wizard. With Disguisemagus, as long as Ivan wanted, he could instantly change into anyone he had met. And now, Ivan chose a young man in his 20s. This young man was nothing special, he was just a person Ivan saw one day, completely random. In addition, Ivan's wand was also disguised. Using transfiguration, the sycamore wand looked like another person from the outside. So, how do we get in? In order to invade Gringotts, Ivan thought about many calendars. But in the end, Ivan found that there was no need to be so troublesome. What is assassination? As long as all the witnesses are killed, it will be the most perfect assassination. Well, just as planned. Ivan's mouth drew a smile. Kai Wushwang. Step. After making the decision, Ivan swaggered towards the door of Gringotts. At the door stood the goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms. Ivan glanced at the two and shrugged. Fall down. The next moment, two beams of magic hit them silently. Powerful magic, although not amplified by the 627 of the wand. But with Ivan's current spellcasting skills, the damage caused by low-level and intermediate spells without a wand is not much different with or without a wand. Ugh. The wizard who was walking out suddenly saw the goblin guard fall down and screamed in fear. What's wrong? What happened? Someone attacked Gringotts. Uwa 0. Because of Ivan's move, the streets outside Gringotts were in chaos. But Ivan ignored it. He glanced at the uniforms of the goblin guards. Just now, when Ivan cast a spell, the clothes seemed to have resisted a little. Gringotts is really rich. Even the clothes of ordinary guards are alchemical props. Ivan sighed but didn't take it too seriously. He continued to move forward, letting the men and women who came to Gringotts to do business flee. Since he decided to come to Gringotts to open the unparalleled, there is no need to hide. Moreover, Ivan also wanted to know what his current strength was. Who are you? A goblin with an extremely old appearance who looked only a little taller than Ivan's knees walked over. It was followed by several wizards who looked like security guards hired by Gringotts. Put down your wand immediately. As the old goblin shouted, more and more goblins rushed over from all directions. Of course, they didn't really come forward. Goblins are greedy and afraid of death, and it is impossible for them to come up with a wand and fight you. Moreover, according to the laws of the wizarding world, goblins are not allowed to hold wands, which means that most of the goblins in Gringotts are not dangerous at all except for talking nonsense. This is Gringotts, how dare you attack? Ivan frowned slightly. He didn't listen to the old goblin's nonsense, raised his hand and hit the other party out. Put down the wand. Ivan spread his hands speechlessly. Do you think I have a wand in my hand? Casting without a wand. The wizards who originally followed the old goblin were shocked. Those who can work in Gringotts are definitely top students who graduated from magic schools. With their magic level, even if they can't compare to Bill, the eldest son of the Weasley family, they are still the elite of Hogwarts. Expelliarmus. Fall to the ground. So several wizards cast spells at Ivan. For a moment, colorful magic beams bloomed in this not-so-wide space, scaring the ordinary wizards around to flee. As for the goblins, except for the first howl, almost all of them squatted under the counter, fearing that they would be affected by the magic. Nice power. Ivan's magic eyes analyzed all the magic that attacked him thoroughly. It has to be said, adult wizards who can work in Gringotts are really good at magic. At least compared to those Aurors, their overall level is higher. Is this the power of money? Ivan understood and his hands moved even faster. Facing the magic that was falling like raindrops, Ivan just raised one hand and flicked it gently. Bang 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 tilde tilde. The translucent barrier condensed in front of Ivan, blocking all the spells. Not only that, as Ivan stepped forward, some spells began to be rebounded by him. Soon, the rebounded spell fell on the wizard security guards in the distance, knocking them to the ground. Very weak, really weak. Too weak. Every time Ivan took a step, 2 or 3 people fell to the ground. And these spells that were rebounded by Ivan were more powerful than before. This made it so that almost no wizard who was knocked down could get up. Soon, under Ivan's shocking operation of removing and counter-cursing spells, there was no one standing in the entire Gringotts Hall. The wizards who came to handle business squatted on the ground, fearing that they would be affected. The goblins only dared to hide behind the bunkers, uttering curses, but they didn't dare to really show their heads. That's it. Looking at the wizard guards lying on the ground, Ivan felt very bored. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, and these people had already fallen. There is no challenge at all. Ivan curled his lips, and he threw a spell at a goblin who cursed particularly happily. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the original counter was instantly reduced to ashes. This move really amazed the wizards present, because Ivan only destroyed the counter but did not hurt the goblins and wizards around. This kind of extremely delicate magic manipulation is simply amazing. Who is he? Almost at the same time, countless people had such a question in their hearts. Such a superb magic level can defeat dozens of combat-type masters guarding Gringotts by himself. With such strength, they can't imagine the identity of the other party at all. Too strong, so strong that it is hard to understand. Suddenly, he was about to choose the foul-mouthed goblin as a guide to take him into the underground vault. But at this moment, Ivan noticed a special spatial fluctuation. Apparition. Is the aura from the Ministry of Magic here? Obviously, when Ivan attacked Gringotts, someone notified the Ministry of Magic, but this efficiency really shocked Ivan. The power of capital. Ivan waved his left hand and grabbed a goblin not far from him. You. What are you going to do? Let me go, you robber tilde. The old goblin was still chattering, which made Ivan speechless. He thought to himself, these ugly guys, can't they even see the situation clearly? I can kill you at any time, ah. You are shouting so loudly, you are really not afraid of death, right? In this case, casting the soul out of the body, that is, the soul-stealing curse is the best way. However, Ivan will not be unforgivable. Forgiveness spell. Or Ivan, apart from a few black magic spells, only tried them lightly. There is no way, only by really touching black magic can you experience the unspeakable attraction. Maybe some people think that power has no good or evil but only good and bad. This is actually nonsense, because this is just like power has good and evil, it is also too absolute. Just like everyone knows that feces can be used as fertilizer, but no one can deny that it is dirty. The same is true for black magic. It will magnify a person's dark side and it will also seduce you, and the more you fall into it, the more you will fall. The deeper it is, this point will not be different just because Ivan is stronger than other wizards. The corruption of black magic is proportional to strength. The stronger Ivan is than others, the greater the temptation he can feel. When one day, Ivan realizes that he is affected by black magic, it will be too late. Therefore, before gaining enough willpower to resist the erosion of black magic, Ivan will not delve into those black magics with huge side effects. Shock the mind. However, not being able to use black magic does not mean that you can't deal with this situation. The essence of the 3 unforgivable curses is to use negative emotions as fuel to cause irreversible damage to others. Ivan doesn't like this kind of magic that harms others and oneself. For this reason, Ivan has developed many first-level and even equivalent alternative spells. For example, this Shock the Mind is inspired by the dream dimension, and its effect is to make the consciousness of the person under the curse fall into a deep sleep. At the same time, the body of the person under the curse is not asleep, but in a state similar to sleepwalking. It is also because of this feature that Ivan calls it sleepwalking curse. The effect of the sleepwalking spell is very similar to the imperious curse, but it is not as flexible as the latter. In short, it is difficult to verify whether a person who has been cursed by the imperious curse is cursed, and the cursed person can still move like an ordinary person. In contrast, a person who has been cursed by the sleepwalking spell can be seen at a glance that he is not in a good state. Confused, he will also obey the caster's words like a puppet. You don't need negative emotions to control people's minds. The shortcomings will be seen at a glance. Ivan didn't care at all. In the face of outstanding advantages, a little flaw can be ignored. You can open the vault track of Gringotts, right?
Yes.
The old goblin gave a positive answer. Take me to the underground vault. Ivan gave an order, and the old goblin hurriedly led the way. On the way, Ivan encountered a few goblins who started to scold, and Ivan threw a few spells at them and knocked them to the ground directly. By the way. Suddenly, Ivan thought of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic who were rushing over. Ultimate Guardian. The wand appeared in Ivan's hand. This time he did not use wandless casting but really used all his strength. ARU. The next moment, everyone in Gringotts felt an irresistible magic rising up, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Gringotts.
What is this?
Outside Gringotts, the Auror team led by Dawlish watched the bright magic barrier wrapping Gringotts. Ultimate Guardian. Someone recognized this magic, such a powerful magic. Who is the intruder? In this era, Ultimate Guardian is often used as a glue for all protections, connecting several all protections together to create a huge magic barrier. But what is the situation now? There is only one intruder. Kingsley asked his subordinates in disbelief, "Are you sure?" The information provided by the goblins is like this. One of his Aurors said so. They wanted to contact Gringotts, but Ivan had already cut off the connection between the inside and the outside. 0. Even the flu network was down, leaving them no chance to exploit loopholes. How is it possible? Kingsley looked at the bright and dazzling magic barrier in front of him. There was no need to test it. The power of this thing was absolutely terrifying. If anyone dared to take a step forward, they would be burned to ashes by the magic of the barrier. Let's go together and break it by force. Dawlish couldn't understand Kingsley's hesitation. It was just a barrier, and it was a magic cast by a mere wizard. There were at least 20 Aurors present. It was a joke for one person to stop them with his magic power. Who did he think he was? Dumbledore or the Dark Lord?
Boom. Swish.
So, clusters of magic beams shot out from the tips of the Aurors' wands and collided directly with the magic barrier. However, the light of the spell kept washing the barrier, but except for making the latter's light brighter, there was no reaction at all. The barrier was not weakened and there was no damage at all. It was intact and unshakable. This is impossible. Delishi felt that his 3 views were shattered. What level of ultimate protection is this? How can it be so strong? You know, there are 20 adult wizards on the scene who are fighting together. So many people, such a huge magic power. No effect? Then how big is the gap between the two sides? It's not ineffective. Kingsley has a good eye. He noticed that some parts of the barrier had traces like burns. The originally pale gold and white barrier had faint red spots on it, which were obviously the traces left by the wizards when they attacked just now.
Keep attacking.
That's the good thing about wizards, they have no magic power. As long as you don't feel tired, you can even cast spells for 24 hours. This barrier is not invincible. We did cause damage to it just now, but it was very minor. Kingsley was a little confused when he said this. He made a simple estimate and thought that if he wanted to break the barrier in front of him, it would take at least 20 people to bombard it continuously for half an hour. Too exaggerated. Kingsley couldn't imagine if the barrier was really broken, could they really defeat the invaders inside? With such a big gap, I'm afraid that even if all the Aurors were tied together, they would not be able to defeat the other side.
Support.
The next moment, Kingsley shouted without hesitation, "Call for support immediately."
What?
In the Ministry of Magic, Fudge listened to the report sent back by Gringotts. His face was shocked and angry. A dark wizard with unfathomable strength. This news really scared Fudge. Why did such a powerful dark wizard emerge in England?
Who is he?
Fudge asked repeatedly. Is he the remnant of the mysterious man? For Fudge, the mysterious man is the most terrifying existence and an absolute taboo for him. Any Black Wizard 67 division, once he is linked to the Dark Lord, means the worst result: unknown identity. Scrimgeour was ready to send more people. In addition, there are wizards and goblins in Gringotts. If Lanran launches an attack,
Damn it.
Fudge also did not dare to force a breakthrough. He still had to rely on votes for re-election. How could he dare to issue such an offensive order? It's okay to send more people, but pay attention to the division of crowns. At the same time, Fudge also had to accept an interview and respond to this bad incident. Fudge was accustomed to this kind of thing. Anyway, as long as they can give the people enough confidence, they won't say much. In a word, the majesty of the Ministry of Magic will never allow anyone to provoke. Boom, 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 tilde, tilde. One after another, the magic beams hit the barrier, and countless sparks burst out immediately. The sound of apparitions rose and fell, and more Aurors came from all over England to participate in the offensive of Kingsley and others. Although the level of British Aurors is not very good, there are quite a few of them. In Gringotts, Ivan walked deep into the underground under the leadership of the old goblin. Suddenly, Ivan felt the feedback from the magic barrier. 20 people can sustain a continuous attack for half an hour, but now the Ministry of Magic has sent reinforcements, so this time will be shortened. Then reinforce it again. Ivan waved his wand again, and after the outer perimeter of Gringotts, he set up a second barrier above the underground passage. Guard resurrection. The sycamore wand shot out a beam of light, and Ivan's magic swept through the entrance of Gringotts, Yinzhuang, and all the metal statues in front of the door. In an instant, the sculptures that were originally just dead objects came to life immediately. They swayed their bodies, jumped down from the platform, and then blocked all the passages like guards. What kind of magic is this? It took 6 or 7 minutes to finally tear a hole in the ultimate protective barrier with a point-to-surface attack. But when the Aurors came to the entrance, what came into view was a huge sculpture made of metal. It's just transfiguration, follow me and attack. Dawlish took the lead. He knew these sculptures. They were clearly decorations in Gringotts. This kind of magic that brings dead things back to life can be done by even the lowest level wizards. Shattered into pieces. Dawlish cast a split spell without hesitation. However, the magic beam fell on a statue in the front, and the spell that should have completely destroyed it was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing any waves.
What?
Dawlish couldn't understand what was happening before his eyes. His magic was actually useless. Roar. The statue guard was attacked, and a chain reaction immediately occurred. For a moment, dozens of statue guards, big and small, attacked the Aurors who walked in at the same time. This is not an ordinary transfiguration. Kingsley's experience was far superior to Dawlish's. He saw at a glance that Ivan's transfiguration was extraordinary. Strong resistance and the judgment of being able to move freely even after being separated from the caster. Advanced transfiguration. There is no doubt that this kind of self-aware transformation product is definitely a truly high-end transformation technique. Just this one move, few Aurors in the entire Ministry of Magic can do it. Quickly stop. Kingsley stepped forward. The statue guard in the front who cast the Ice East spell was fixed in the air. It's not at the same level at all. Kingsley felt inexplicably exhausted just to freeze it, which shows the difference in magic power between the two sides. If Kingsley did not have a fluke mentality before, now he can be 100% sure that the dark wizard who broke into Gringotts is definitely a powerful archmage. Archmage, what a joke. Such a powerful man is simply not something they can deal with. Most of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic are just strikers, specializing in a few attacking and binding magic. Not to mention studying magic after graduation, 80% to 90% of those taught in Hogwarts were returned to the professors in the school. Notify Dumbledore. Kingsley glanced at the Aurors around him. He knew that if they really rushed in, they would be sending their heads to the other side. Magic is such an unreasonable force. The Archmage and the ordinary wizard can be said to be two different creatures.
What?
However, Kingsley reacted, but the other Aurors were puzzled by his order. What's the situation? Why did he suddenly notify Dumbledore? The Ministry of Magic is the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore is Dumbledore, and the old headmaster is not one of them.
Retreat.
Everyone retreat immediately. Kingsley had no choice but to call on his colleagues to retreat strategically, and it was just as he thought. When the Aurors withdrew from Gringotts, the statue guards who had revived in 4.0 immediately stopped and did not chase them out. This spell is limited to Gringotts. As long as they retreat, they will not continue to attack. Seeing this, Kingsley breathed a sigh of relief for a short time, but before he could think about what to do, several figures appeared, including Fudge and Scrimgeour. In addition, there was an old man with a lame leg who was the Mad-Eye Moody who appeared in the original book. Who cast the ultimate guard? What's the matter with the statue inside? Moody limped forward, ignoring the Minister of Magic and the head of the Auror office, and stared at the statue guarding Gringotts with his magic eye. Mad-Eye. Kingsley didn't expect that even Moody would come. Mad-Eye Alastair Moody, a powerful Auror with rich practical experience. Below the Grand Master, he is the top Nabai. However, even an old warrior like him was amazed by the scene in front of him. Who is inside, the Dark Lord? Or Dumbledore? Let alone anything else. Just based on this sentence, one can judge the strength of the Dark Wizard inside. Moody is comparing him with Voldemort and Dumbledore. Kingsley didn't think much of this, but Fudge, Dawlish, and others said that this was impossible. There is no such powerful wizard in England. Unless then release the bonus. The Dark Lord died 10 years ago, and Fudge was extremely sure of this. So according to Mad-Eye, the only possibility for the person inside was Dumbledore in disguise. Is your brain broken? Moody felt very speechless. Fudge really had no brains at all. How could the person inside be Dumbledore? It is unnecessary to mention 8. Just looking at the style of doing things, such a high-profile style, it is impossible for him to be Dumbledore. As for the Dark Lord, it doesn't seem like it either. An unknown wizard. Faced with such a strong man, Moody was not afraid at all. He ignored the fool Fudge and limped to the front of all the Aurors. The Aurors present had no experience fighting against the great wizard, and they didn't know how terrifying a strong man of that level was. At the same time, in the basement of Gringotts, Ivan and the old goblin had already taken the rails. This was Ivan's first time riding the rails of Gringotts. Looking at the dark passage in front of him and comparing it with the tattered cable car that looked like a mine car under his feet, Ivan had to complain about the goblin's taste. In order to prevent someone from stealing their wealth, the goblins cast anti-flying spells and anti-apparition spells here, and even the waterfalls passing by on the way had the effect of breaking various spells. Huala tilde tilde. Look, when the two passed through the waterfall, the old goblin woke up immediately. Hey tilde tilde interesting. Ivan removed the magic that blocked the waterfall. He did not include the old goblin in the magic just to test the effect of the waterfall. The result? It is indeed very powerful, but Ivan felt that this waterfall did not look like a creation of the goblin but more like a treasure left by some ancient master. In other words, it was another good thing that the goblin got from somewhere. What did you do to me? After waking up, the old goblin immediately cursed. You damn thief, dirty and shameful thief.
Noisy.
Listening to the old goblin's shrill scream, Ivan regretted using it to test the effect of the waterfall. As usual, he cast a sleepwalking spell. It was also because Ivan had a good temper, otherwise, with the old thing's nagging, he would have thrown it down when he got there.
Squeak tilde tilde.
Accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of railroad tracks rubbing against each other, Ivan finally arrived at the place. He cast a coma spell on the old goblin, then threw it casually onto the platform outside the vault door and no longer cared about the guy's life or death. Anyway, the goblins of Gringotts will find out that the vault has been stolen sooner or later. Ivan didn't take a single life during the whole process, which is very worthy of the teachings. So far, the plan has gone very smoothly. Since breaking into Gringotts, everything has been under Ivan's control. As seen in the prophecy, he arrived at the destination under the leadership of the old goblin. The next prophecy scene shows that Ivan returns to Hogwarts and turns the dead soul's chest and the cursed gold coins inside into nothing. It's missing some details, but it's harmless. Ivan raised his head and carefully examined the vault door that blocked him. It contained extremely powerful magic. Through the magic eye, Ivan saw dozens of spells used to prevent theft. Break through by force. Ivan raised his wand, Avaho open. The unlocking spell is not only for unlocking, its function is to break everything related to blockade. In essence, this is a kind of idealistic magic. As long as the wizard's will is clear enough, combined with magic power, any closed door, box, or space structure can be opened. B.
No reaction.
Ivan didn't think the anti-unlocking spell on it was strong enough to resist his breakthrough. Even if dozens of spells were tied together, Ivan still had the confidence to unlock it. But the fact is that he failed. What is the material of this door? Ivan walked forward and put his palm on the dark vault door. The main body should still be magic iron, but it is mixed with some very rare materials. In the wizard world, there are some special metals, and the magic props made of them have extraordinary properties. Mithril, refined gold, and mountain copper. Mithril is as light as a feather, refined gold is indestructible, and mountain copper is indestructible. The lock inside the vault door is made of indestructible mountain copper and can only be opened with a specially made key mixed with refined gold. In addition, many ancient characters are painted on the door with mithril. From a magical point of view, this kind of structure is like a physical blockade. Unless the vault door is forcibly smashed by magic, it is unlikely to be opened by magic alone. This is not a question of magic strength but the extreme. Use the blasting spell. The vault door can only block non-offensive spells such as the unlocking spell, but it has little resistance to the blasting spell. With this blasting spell, not to mention whether the cave will collapse, Ivan is also worried that the coffin in the vault will be destroyed directly. Ivan still has some idea of the power of his spell.
Heck tilde.
Suddenly, Ivan laughed. He knew how he would open this door in the prophecy. I saw wisps of white smoke rising from Ivan's palm, swaying in the air, and as Ivan's mind, they penetrated into the keyhole on the vault little by little.
Oh, this is the structure inside.
With his eyes closed, Ivan carefully felt the situation inside. The white smoke of magic incarnation can be said to be the purest product of magic in the world. It is more perfect than the so-called magic metals such as mithril. Soon there was a crisp metal collision sound and the blockade inside the vault door opened without a key. Click, 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 click. The door of the vault slowly opened. The space inside was not big, about 40 to 50 square meters. Fluorescent light flashing. After lighting up the inside of the vault, Ivan did not see the golden light he imagined. On the contrary, the vault seemed particularly dim, and everything inside seemed to be covered with a layer of gray gauze, making it difficult to see clearly. Obviously, this is a magic to prevent theft. All items cannot be distinguished from the outside, no matter how big or small. Thieves have to screen them one by one set after another. The goblin's anti-theft method really opened Ivan's eyes. But in this case, if I pack them all up and take them away, won't it be enough? However, as soon as this thought came up, Ivan felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. As if once he did this, something bad would happen.
This feeling.
The spiritual sense warned Ivan and he would naturally not ignore it. Curse! The goblin cast some kind of curse on these treasures. If someone really took everything away without caring, the end would definitely be very tragic. With so many curses added together, unless the opponent can transform into a magic incarnation like Ivan, and be immune to all magic with an absolute mechanism. Otherwise, even Dumbledore and Voldemort would lose half of their lives if they met him. However, this method has no effect on Ivan. Directly open the magic eye and the status of the treasures in the vault is clearly revealed in Ivan's sight. Almost immediately, Ivan found the target of his trip. The soul coffin was not placed randomly. It was hidden in a box cast with a traceless extension spell and placed together with several other cursed items. Unfortunately, under the magic eye, any trace of breath will be captured by Ivan. Not to mention one box, even if there are 100 more, they can't hide from Ivan's eyes. If it wasn't me who came here, it would probably hesitate for a while if it was someone else. And this time of searching is enough for the goblins to organize their manpower and surround the entire Gringotts. The things are in hand. Ivan took the soul chest out of the magic box and put it in his pocket. However, Ivan did not leave. He stood in the vault and walked around leisurely. The goblins are not good at other things, but their ability to find treasures is really amazing. Everyone is here. Ivan has no reason to leave. He still has one thing to do, which is to verify whether his level has reached the level of Deng after this year. The efficiency of the Ministry of Magic is really not good. And the goblins are the same, can't they be faster? Ivan doesn't think that the goblins have only so few people. Gringotts is so big, if the goblins don't have enough power, they can't keep their wealth at all. Before coming, Ivan had investigated. The goblins spent a lot of money to hire a group of wizards at home and abroad, including several associations in other countries. Especially the latter. The wizards in Bear Country and Egypt are not comparable to the flowers in the greenhouse of England. Let's not talk about the magic attainments for now. There are many magic masters in England, and we can even look at the world-class Dumbledore. But the middle and lower level wizards either died or were sent to Azkaban because of Voldemort's riots. It is no exaggeration to say that if a magic war between countries really breaks out, England at this stage will definitely be pressed to the ground by other countries. Since you are so slow, don't blame me for not being fair. Ivan looked at the time. There are at least 10 minutes left, and this time is enough for Ivan to analyze the things in this vault clearly. Why don't you take these treasures? Ivan is not really here to steal. He took the soul chest because it originally belonged to Ivan. As for the other treasures, they are the things of the goblins, and Ivan doesn't want to do these things in the territory of the goblins. Today, let's learn about the goblins' inventory first so that we can directly display it to them when we take over Gringotts in the future. Ivan browsed the treasures while taking out an automatic feather pen and asked it to record the information of the treasures. He wanted to make a list in case the goblins were defeated in the future and cut corners on the compensation. Oh, this is good. And this one, a ring that can increase mana.
Is this a staff?
Ivan untied the protective curse on a staff, and he took a closer look. I didn't expect that there really is such a staff in the wizarding world. I thought Song had a magic wand. He compared the staff with his own Wudong wand and found that there was no essential difference in the materials and manufacturing methods of the two. If you have to say, the staff is an enhanced version of the magic wand. Sacrificing the characteristics of easy to carry and easy to get, it increases the increase in mana and can better cast more powerful magic. As for the cost-effectiveness of the two, how to say it, if the same material is used, a staff can make at least 10 magic wands. It's just that the power of these 10 magic wands is only 60% of the staff. In other words, it consumes 9 times more materials in exchange for a 40% increase. The overall is 40%, but for the magic wand, it is the bonus of the main earth. Ivan looked at the phoenix wand in his hand. If he could find 9 times the material of this wand, he could make a phoenix wand. The power of the phoenix wand can be increased by at least 60%, reaching 160%. But how can this be done? Let's not talk about the wand turning into a staff. The portability money will be reduced a lot. Just say that the other 9 phoenix woods are the same level of phoenix wood as Ivan's phoenix wand. Just talking about the phoenix tail feathers, I can extract some from Huenger. The phoenix tree that turned to ashes together with a divine phoenix, copying such a tree heart 9 times, what kind of hell-level task is it? What's more, the mana increase of the staff is meaningless to Ivan. His magic power is strong enough. Even without the staff, he can still move the spell of 160% of the current mana. The difference is just a matter of time. In other words, the staff can make ordinary wizards able to compete with powerful wizards. Similarly, the defects of the staff, its scarce materials, and expensive production costs are enough to stop most of the middle and lower level wizards. In the era when there were no wands but only staffs, the lower level wizards might not even be able to cast a spell. Zizzy, after about a quarter of an hour, Ivan had basically looked through all the treasures in the vault. Suddenly, there was a sound of railroad tracks rubbing behind him. Ivan knew that the goblin's rear guard was coming. Ivan casually arranged a few protective spells outside the vault and stood on the cliff, waiting for the wizard guards and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Here they come. Before the rail car arrived, Master Liu on it had already discovered Ivan. Thunder explosion. The other party had no intention of communicating at all, and raised his hand to cast a powerful blasting spell. This was aimed directly at Ivan. Life is at stake, so cruel. Ivan would not wait for the blasting spell to blow up the rock wall. He used his wand lightly and neutralized the opponent's blasting spell without making any noise. What? How is it possible? The combat wizards hired by Gringotts were shocked. They had never heard of any wizard who could directly neutralize the blasting spell. How much did this person in front of him know about the magic of the blasting spell?
Shattered into pieces. Break into pieces. Bojbit.
The first two spells were fine, but when the third person 63 came from when the tip of the magic wand released green light, even Ivan was shocked.
F***K.
Ivan instinctively turned his body into white smoke and avoided all attacks. The phoenix in his body was even crying faintly. The killing curse was almost unsolvable for other wizards, but in Ivan's eyes this unforgivable curse was no different from other spells except for scaring people. Even with the existence of the phoenix, even if Ivan was hit by the killing curse, the phoenix would use her vitality to offset the lethality of Avaso. Of course, the vitality of the phoenix is limited. Even if he can recover, it will take time, so if Ivan is hit by the continuous killing curse in a short period of time, he will die. Hey, are you crazy?
A burly bear wizard shouted at his companion. This is England, don't use the killing curse.
Having said that, he can cast the Avada Kedavra curse without any psychological burden and see how vicious these people are in their daily lives. Unlike the sheep in England, these people are all desperate criminals in the magic world. It seems that I don't need to hold back. Ivan aimed at the charging battle wizard and fired a magic bullet condensed with powerful magic.
What is this?
The wizards on the opposite side noticed this scene, but they didn't understand why Ivan did it. A magic bullet, and then, what's the point of this? Boom. But the next moment, the magic bullet jumped through the wizards and landed on the rock wall in the distance. The deafening roar almost made the battle wizards faint. Looking back, I saw that the original rock wall had completely collapsed and countless broken rocks fell from the sky. But before they fell into the dark abyss, Ivan waved his magic wand. The broken rocks stopped in the air and then quickly turned into countless flying birds rushing towards the battle wizards in a black mass.
Transfiguration. Such a huge transfiguration.
And what's the matter with this guy's spell? Why is it so strong? The fighting wizards were divided into two teams. One group resisted Ivan's transformation, and the other group desperately sealed the powerful destructive spell of Han Ivan. It also contained a lot of black magic and curses. Even the green light of the killing spell was constantly flashing. Obviously, after seeing the tyrannical strength displayed by Ivan, these wizards no longer had their previous composure. What is this? England can't use the unforgivable curse. If they are really killed by Ivan, why do they still consider these? Resolving the enemy is the most important thing. What's more, they are not British wizards. Even if something really happens, they will be extradited to their own country. And with their connections, it's not too easy to evade responsibility. Don't care about the killing spell, goblins have plenty of galleons. As long as there are enough galleons in any country, there is nothing that cannot be solved. If there is, it must be that not enough galleons have been spent. Can you win after using the killing spell?
Too naive.
Faced with dozens of killing spells, Ivan not only did not dodge or block but instead faced the challenge head-on. The red disarming spell seemed to have an attraction, forcibly attracting all the green light. Zizzy. Instantly, all the fighting wizards were shocked by the scene in front of them. One person with a disarming spell completely unreasonably resisted all the killing spells. What a joke. Not to mention this weird disarming spell, Ivan blocked dozens of wizards by himself. This powerful magic directly subverted everyone's cognition. Where did this monster come from? Captain Mao Xing's pupils trembled slightly. He was one of the wizards who had magic docking with Ivan. It was because of this that Mao Yileng could feel the gap between the two sides more clearly. It was heavy, so heavy that it was indescribable. Even if they tried their best, the light of magic docking was still moving towards them. Ivan suppressed them by himself. At this time, the Aurors of the British Ministry of Magic also arrived late under the leadership of Mad-Eye Moody. As soon as they arrived, they saw such a shocking scene.
Killing curse.
He blocked so many killing curses by himself. How did he do that? Not only young Aurors like Dawlish but even Moody was frightened and stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. They no longer had time to consider that someone openly used the killing curse in front of the Aurors. There was no way. Ivan's strength was really too terrifying. Moody, what should we do? Kingsley asked Moody beside him. The situation in front of him was really beyond their expectations. The wizards fighting on both sides. Ivan was alone, obviously the thief who broke into Gringotts. but the fighting wizards on the other side and Captain Mauksheng were also very famous mercenaries in the world. In particular, the latter's actions clearly violated the laws of the British wizarding world. The scene is too chaotic, don't act rashly for now. Moody didn't help Captain Mauksheng immediately, and helping Ivan was even more impossible. However, it would be too dangerous to intervene rashly. Neither Moody nor Kingsley wanted their Aurors to rush into the storm of the killing curse. To put it bluntly, this is too dangerous for the new Aurors except for the old strong man like Moody. If they really rush in without caring about anything, these newcomers will die without knowing how. Are we just going to stand by and watch? After all, Dawlish is young, and it is the time when he wants to show himself as much as possible. However, what Dawlish did not notice was that the Aurors under his command were looking at him as if he were a fool. The salary of Aurors is so high, why risk their lives? There is a reason why the British Ministry of Magic is not strong. An organization like the Order of the Phoenix, which is bonded together by faith, does not need wages and can put life and death aside. Its combat effectiveness is definitely not comparable to that of Aurors who are paid a fixed salary. In fact, the real strong in Aekong is the striker team. For example, Moody and Kingsley, they used to be strikers. In comparison, Dawlish can only be said to be an Auror captain with poor combat experience. It may not be seen at ordinary times, but when facing the choice of life and death, the gap between the two is obvious. On the other side, Ivan, who was connecting with a dozen combat wizards through magic, noticed the Aurors coming from a distance. Among them, Moody with his protruding eyeballs, Ivan recognized his identity at a glance. Mad-Eye Moody. Ivan didn't expect Moody to come here. In his memory, Moody had retired at home when Harry was in the 4th grade. Now it is 3 years earlier than then, so it is not surprising that Moody is still fighting on the front line against dark wizards. Troublesome guy. Ivan is confident that his strength is strong enough, and he doesn't take Moody seriously. However, the key to the problem is not this. What really makes Ivan feel afraid is Moody's special magic eye. In Ivan's perception, Moody's crazy and chaotic magic eye contains strong magic power. This thing is definitely a top-notch alchemical item. In the original book, the round, bright blue magic eye can not only penetrate walls, clothes, and the back of his own head, but also can easily see through magic such as invisibility cloaks and disillusionment spells. Of course, the perspective ability here is not that kind of vulgar expression. Moody's magic eye's perspective is more like an X-ray scan, observing the world from the perspective of magic. In short, this is an alchemical item that can open low-level psychic vision. Even Ivan responded the moment he noticed Moody's spying. He first applied a layer of magic film to himself, and then used the phoenix and the magic incarnation to build a coat that even psychic vision could not see through. After doing this, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. Moody was extremely surprised on the other side. What's wrong with this kid? My magic, I can't see anything. This kind of thing is the first time Moody has encountered it in his decades of Auror career. He knows me. Moody almost immediately judged Ivan's defense against him. This shows that Ivan knows himself and knows the ability of his magic eye. Who is it? Knowing himself, there is nothing strange about it. Mad-Eye Alastair Moody's reputation is well known even internationally, but knowing the ability of the magic eye is a bit unreasonable. The first thing that can be ruled out is that Ivan is definitely not a foreign wizard. Because of Moody's magic eye, only a few people know its specific effects. Even those dark wizards who were defeated by him only knew that the magic eye could see through the spell and discover the hidden black market. But more specific things, such as perspective and analysis, are secrets that even he has never revealed. No, that's not right. Moody's magic eye's ability, in addition to himself, there is another person who knows, that is Dumbledore. In Moody's opinion, Ivan's strength has definitely reached the level of a great wizard, and he is one of the strongest among the great wizards. There are only a few such great wizards in the whole of England. Excluding Voldemort, who has long been in seclusion and died, the only one left is Dumbledore. His strength should not reach Dumbledore's level, but he is also on par. The strength of the great wizard is not something Moody can spy on. From his perspective, he can only conclude that Ivan is weaker than Dumbledore, but only slightly. Appearance is meaningless. Moody's magic eye cannot see through the polyjuice potion. But he has his own theory, which can judge whether the other party has taken the polyjuice potion through the changes in magic power observed by the magic eye. Please give me flowers. Unfortunately, Ivan's magic coat is too strong, completely blocking all Moody's prying. Let alone judging by details, I can't even see the slightest detail. This face is definitely not his true face. Moody is almost certain that the other party must have changed his appearance. As for the method, the magic world is not only a polyjuice potion, and there are many ways to achieve such an effect. It can't be Dumbledore, right? Powerful strength, familiarity with his magic eye, and special concealment of the lineup to prevent the identity from being exposed. The most important thing is that from beginning to end, Ivan's spells only knocked people unconscious. No, someone has been injured. .00. Moody noticed Captain Bear, whose arm was blown to pieces by Ivan. That bloody scene made the new Auror's stomachs churn. It shouldn't be Dumbledore. Ivan didn't kill Captain Bear, but he lost his wand-wielding arm and his wizard career was basically over. For the guy who pointed the killing curse at him, Ivan was able to save his life, which was the last bottom line. No, it could still be Dumbledore. Moody was silent for a moment and felt that Ivan and Dumbledore had many similarities. Dumbledore usually wouldn't kill anyone, but Captain Malkshung was a British webmaster. He was even more notorious internationally, a dark wizard. The most important thing was that Ivan never attacked the Aurors from beginning to end. Especially the Aurors outside Gringotts. Moody had observed that all of them were very lightly injured and ended up lying in Mungo Hospital for half a day. I am Dumbledore. While Moody was brainstorming, Ivan also caught Mad Eye's thoughts. Inexplicably, Ivan had an idea. He flicked away all the killing curses with his hands and then cast a golden phoenix flame like a stormy wave from his wand. The god of fire, make way. The next moment, as Ivan waved his wand downward, the originally violent and disorderly flames instantly seemed to have self-awareness, transformed into a golden phoenix craftsman that was a meter long. Fire god opens the way. Moody's eyes widened and even the magic eye almost popped out of the eye socket. In the entire magic world, there are only a handful of people who know this spell. Moody is one of them. He knows very well that Fire God Opens the Way is a spell invented by Dumbledore, who can be called a god who controls fire. Fire God Opens the Way is a spell exclusive to Dumbledore. Moody once learned this spell to deal with the Fiendfire in Hugong City. However, the difficulty of Fire God Opens the Way is far beyond Moody's imagination. The extremely high magic power required alone is enough to discourage 99% of the wizards in the wizarding world. The most important thing is that in addition to the magic power requirement, Fire God Opens the Way has a special restriction. That is, it needs to be recognized by the Phoenix. The recognition here does not mean having the blood of the Phoenix, otherwise Moody would not have asked Dumbledore 943 to learn this magic. The so-called recognition of the Phoenix can be understood as a special contract magic. Establish a connection with the Phoenix and then rely on the powerful magic to control the destruction with the Fire God's Way. 2 requirements, 1 is indispensable. No, it should be 3. After all, the learning method of the Fire God's Way is in the hands of Dumbledore. Without Dumbledore's approval, others can't get in touch with this magic. Then the question is, who is this guy and what is his relationship with Dumbledore? Moody doesn't believe that a dark wizard who came out of nowhere can steal a top spell like the Fire God's Way from Dumbledore. Fire God's Way? What kind of magic is that? Unlike Moody, Dawlish and others have never seen Dumbledore take action. Even Kingsley of the Order of the Phoenix has only watched Dumbledore's battles a few times, and has never seen Dumbledore use the Fire God's Way to fight the enemy. Otherwise, if they knew the origin of the Fire God's Way magic, Mo would jump up on the spot. Especially Dawlish, this guy is Fudge's lackey. Fudge was now eager to catch more of Dumbledore's little braids. Such a good opportunity as this one was a godsend. Unfortunately, Dee would not tell them about this. He was a supporter of Dumbledore. How could he do such a stupid thing as slandering and framing Dumbledore? However, facing the inquiring eyes of the two, Moody could not say nothing. That is a very advanced spell. There are not many people in the entire network master world. There are indeed not many people, because this is the magic of Dumbledore alone. But if it was just this, Kingsley didn't think it would shock Moody so much. This is magic that only the Great Wizard can practice. Great Wizard, isn't that a legend? Dawlish didn't understand this very well, but Kingsley said speechlessly. The Great Wizard has never been a legend. Principal Dumbledore and the former mysterious man are wizards who have reached that level. Hearing Voldemort's name, Dawlish subconsciously shrank his neck. But before he could say anything else, Dawlish noticed the key point himself. You mean that person, can he match the mysterious man? Dawlish, who originally wanted to fight Ivan, now wanted to kill himself. He was so arrogant, so sorry. Isn't this guy too cowardly? Seemingly sensing the contempt from the seniors, even those newbies looked at him with some suspicion. I mean, how did you make such a judgment? Dawlish pretended to be calm and changed the subject. You said that guy is very strong, I admit that, but can be compared with the mysterious man, isn't it a bit exaggerated? However, such words made Moody and Kingsley even more disdainful. Little ghosts, let me teach you. Moody pointed at Ivan, who was almost crushing the mercenaries. Even if there is a gap between wizards, the difference is only the perception and experience of spells. But the Archmage is different. Moody, the Archmage has gone beyond the category of wizards. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is another kind of creature. A normal wizard duel is about positioning and timing. To put it bluntly, it's like two people with similar physiques fighting in a duel, and the power of their fists is almost the same. Whether you can inflict enough damage on the opponent depends on the angle and position of the blow. If you hit the vital point, you can win. In contrast, the battle between the Archmage and ordinary wizards is like a 3-meter-tall giant facing a group of human babies. Unless these children are holding guns, that is, magic props with special abilities or instant death magic such as Kun or Avaso Ming. Otherwise, once the two sides collide, the giant can beat them into a pulp with a casual punch or kick. Of course, there are only a handful of magic props in the world that can close the gap between ordinary wizards and archmages. The most famous in Europe is the Elder Wand in the Deathly Hallows. It is no exaggeration to say that if Snape is an elite wizard of that level holding the Elder Wand, so he can indeed fight Ivan. As for victory, it's hard to say. The Elder Wand can only make up for the gap between the two sides, but at the same level, Ivan also has the magic incarnation and the protection of the Phoenix. So if they really fight, even if Ivan uses all his trump cards, he still can't win with just an Elder Wand. And there is Avada Kedavra. This thing is the bullet of the wizarding world, and ordinary wizards will die if they are hit. If Ivan doesn't dodge, evade, or defend, he can't withstand many rounds. It has nothing to do with strength, it's purely because the killing curse is too buggy and it belongs to the rule magic that goes straight to the essence of death. Do you understand? Moody stared coldly at the new Aurors, including Dawlish, with his magic eyes. Any magic 4.8 from that guy requires at least a dozen or even 20 wizards to work together to resist. And the magic they cast, that guy can easily dissolve it. Moody taught Dawlish and others the simplest way to identify the Archmage. That is, if there is a wizard who can face dozens of wizards at the same time and win, don't hesitate, just run away immediately. It's not shameful to be scared by the Archmage and run away. It's really stupid to rush forward and lose your life. Good analysis. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Moody and other Aurors. Ivan looked at them with a smile. Then the question is, I am standing here now, do you want to come together or turn around and leave? Ivan's sudden appearance interrupted Moody and others watching. Fortunately, Ivan did not attack right away. Otherwise, with the distraction at that moment, few Aurors present would be able to stand safely. Who exactly is your excellency? Moody noticed Ivan's state at this time. He seemed to be floating in the air without weight, and there was a faint white mist rising from his body which made him look particularly ethereal. The other party can fly. And it is obviously not using magic props or letting clothes carry himself into the air. This made Moody feel that Ivan's magical attainments were unfathomable. Is it important who I am? Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. Ivan gestured to Moody to look at the hired wizards who were either fainted or disabled, and the threat was obvious at a glance. Back off. I'm here to take back what belongs to me. Ivan's words made Moody and Kingsley look at each other in surprise. It can be seen from the fact that Ivan did not attack them or showed mercy that the other party must know them. Not only that, Ivan is also likely to be a British doctor, 15. As for whether it is Dumbledore, it really looks like it and it really fits. But the problem is that Moody and Kingsley directly denied this conjecture after close contact with Ivan. Ivan is not Dumbledore. Dumbledore does not give people the impression of this. On the contrary, although Ivan concealed it, Moody still noticed some details. For example, Ivan may not be as old as he looks now. Student. Is he a student of Dumbledore, or is he simply a member of the Dumbledore family? Moody thought of this, but he searched his memory and could not find any other Dumbledore. Albus and Aberforth are the only two members of the Dumbledore family. There is no reason for a new Dumbledore to suddenly appear. What did you take away? That doesn't seem to be what you should ask. Ivan had no obligation to answer Moody. He waved his hand, signaling them to make way, and he was leaving. Moody made a decision without much thought. They didn't need to fight Ivan for the goblins' things. After all, Ivan didn't threaten ordinary wizards in England or expose the magic world. Ha-tilde-tilde. Seeing Moody's attitude, Aurors such as Dawlish were relieved. They couldn't imagine how they would respond if Ivan threw a Vulcan to clear the way for them and how many people would be lost. Such a monster must be dealt with by legends like Dumbledore, a wise choice. Ivan didn't think about whether Moody guessed that he and Dumbledore's relationship. Since he dares to come, he is not afraid of these. Anyway, in England with Ivan's strength, as long as Dumbledore is not his enemy, no one can threaten him. As for Dumbledore, how can the old headmaster who can say for the greater good be a good guy? Ivan is the greater good that Dumbledore thinks. Compared with him, even if the entire Ministry of Magic is sacrificed, it is worth it. The old headmaster has long realized that Ivan is dissatisfied with the statute of secrecy, and in the future, he will definitely follow the path of his old lover. But he only guided, not stopped. It is unimaginable how many people will die if the statute of secrecy is broken, but Dumbledore still chose to sit back and watch. It can only be said that in making this decision, at the same time, Dumbledore's courage surprised Ivan. What are you doing? However, just as Ivan reached an agreement with the Aurors, a sharp, unsociable voice suddenly came from afar. It was a goblin, very old, wearing a high-standard suit, and it was obvious that he was not ordinary. British Aurors just look at it like this. Fudge, you need to give me an explanation. The old goblin is the head of Gringotts, controlling the whole of Europe and all the operations of Gringotts. It is no exaggeration to say that in Europe, the Minister of Magic can only manage his own little piece of land. But the head of Gringotts is a person that even the Ministers of Magic have to deal with carefully. Don't worry, Mr. Headmaster. Fudge asked himself that he couldn't afford to offend these goblins as the Ministry of Magic needed galleons to operate. The goblins couldn't directly cut off galleons, but they could use financial means to destroy the wizard market, destroy the monetary system of 10 countries. Alistair. After apologizing, Fudge hurriedly shouted to Moody, "What are you doing? Hurry up and catch this thief." Moody was speechless. He really wanted to ask Fudge who was the Minister of Magic in England. When did an old and ugly goblin stand on the minister's head and give orders? Moody chose to ignore Fudge's stupid order. Fight with Ivan. If you dare to attack him here, all the people present, including the Minister of Magic, are not enough for him to fight alone. Moody was glad that Ivan was not Voldemort is an evil person. Otherwise, just Fudge's provocation alone would be enough to kill them 10 times. Damn it! Fudge saw that no one responded and shouted again. Did you hear what I said? This time, even Dawlish, who always regarded himself as Fudge's lackey, was surprisingly quiet. Gradually, Fudge seemed to realize something, and when he looked up again, he saw Ivan staring straight at him. The silver light in his eyes was so cold that it made people feel like falling into an ice cave. Instinctively, Fudge took a step back. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Minister. Fortunately, Scrimgeour stepped forward in time to help, so Fudge didn't make a fool of himself in front of so many people. Something is wrong, Scrimgeour reminded. Moody and Kingsley, their strength is the best among the strikers. But what is the situation now? They dare not fight Ivan. What this means is self-evident. Ivan is a powerful enemy that the British Ministry of Magic cannot afford to offend. This is the judgment of Moody and others. Fudge wanted to say a few more words but finally gave up. Gringotts has been robbed more than once or twice, although this news will cause a certain blow to the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. But as the old saying goes, too many lice do not worry. Does the British Magic not care about such a dispensable reputation? What the hell? Ivan didn't want to wait for Fudge to release the people. A spell hit Fudge, who was hiding behind the oars like lightning. The next moment, the Minister of Magic, who was still hesitating, turned into a green toad. Ah! The sudden scene scared everyone, especially Umbridge, who was standing next to Fudge. This guy screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Several Aurors attacked Ivan reflexively, but unfortunately they were all blocked by the ladder. Stop! Stop! Moody and Kingsley hurriedly stopped the Aurors to prevent the possible riot. What are you doing? I want to leave. Why do I need your permission? Ivan, it's ridiculous that the Minister of Magic of a country is just a politician who knows some power tactics, not the strongest person. Also, you're too noisy. Another spell fell on the noisy Umbridge, turning him into a pink toad. Well, Fudge and Umbridge, two toads, just kept jumping and croaking on the ground. Stop the curse. Kingsley cast a spell to remove the curse on the two frogs, but it didn't work at all. Don't waste your energy. The difference between your magic power and mine is too big to remove it, Ivan said. This is just a small punishment and a warning. But if you continue to block the way, I can't guarantee that I won't regard you as an enemy. After saying that, Ivan was about to leave. During this time, he heard the thoughts of the head of Gringotts. Before coming, this guy had summoned more hired wizards. If nothing unexpected happened, the goblins had already set up a net outside. 100 fighting wizards, what a big hand. Ivan is fearless, but there is no need to waste time in such a place. After the previous battle, Ivan has almost figured out his current strength. As long as there is no great wizard at the level of Dumbledore and Voldemort among the opponents, he can completely fight against 100 and kill them 7 in and 7 out. Hemtilda. Ivan paused and saw Scrimgeour blocking his way. Wow, it seems that the British Ministry of Magic is not all cowards and cowards, at least there is one. No, it's 3 courageous guys. Ivan glanced back and found that Moody and Kingsley were behind him, holding their wands and pointing them at him. The two who originally did not intend to fight Ivan had to take action now. Remove the curse from them, wizard. As soon as Scrimgeour finished speaking, all the Aurors drew their wands and pointed them at Ivan. But if you look closely, you will find that most of these magic powers are trembling. It seems that you didn't take my warning to heart. Ivan's voice was very calm, and he didn't seem to mind taking down more wizards. The Ministry of Magic can't go back to the black market and bow down. Scrimgeour's attitude was extremely firm. He was determined to stand on the opposite side of Ivan. Just like the description in the original book, Scrimgeour hates evil and can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. As for Kingsley and Moody, for the safety of their men, Moody and Kingsley will try to avoid direct conflict with Ivan. Even if they are verbally insulted, they must put their men first. However, the current situation is that Ivan has attacked Minister of Magic Fudge and senior member Umbridge. This behavior is tantamount to the biggest provocation to the British Ministry of Magic. In this way, the 3 have no other choice but to fight Ivan with their lives. Quack tilde. The 2 who were turned into toads have lost their human consciousness and have completely turned into animals. This is not a battle you can participate in. Moody ordered Dawlish, protect the minister. Dawlish swallowed his saliva and he quickly led everyone to push away and did not forget to put the 2 toads in his arms. When Ivan just approached, Dawlish felt the oppressive feeling like a mountain emanating from the other party. Whether as a human or as a wizard, Dawlish's subconscious mind was warning him, and he immediately stayed away from the black wizard in front of him. Of course, this was not just his reaction. Almost all the Aurors breathed a sigh of relief. So, on the cliff-like platform, Ivan stood in the center, surrounded by the 3 most capable doctors in the Ministry of Magic. Come on, I'll let you go first. Ivan played with the sycamore wand in his hand and then waited for the 3 people's spells with interest. Arrogant. Scrimgeour frowned and his sharp eagle eyes stared at Ivan. Several spells were thrown by him in almost the blink of an eye. This amazing casting speed Ivan had to praise, sure enough skill. But at this moment, Moody and Kingsley attacked at the same time, blocking Ivan's retreat, leaving him no way to escape. Not bad. The wand in Ivan's hand drew a circle at a very fast speed. Dong 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 tilde tilde. The next moment, a metal-like collision sounded. The three people's spells fell on Ivan but were blocked by the golden barrier. The powerful spell could not even break the defense of the magic barrier and could only leave faint scratches on it. Impossible. Scrimgeour said what Moody and Kingsley were thinking. The three looked at Ivan in horror, their faces full of disbelief. Can the armor charm be this strong? And it has been improved, turning the armor charm from a shield into a real armor. The armor charm can only defend against spells from one direction, but Ivan's armor charm is like an iron tube, wrapping himself up. There is no dead angle and no gap. Unless it is broken by brute force, it will never reach Ivan. Expelliarmus. Ivan smiled slightly. He did not explain but swung out a red disarming charm from his wand. Not good. Scrimgeour became the target of the disarming charm. The director of the Auror office reacted quickly and completed the armor charm almost instantly, blocking the red magic of the disarming charm. But soon Scrimgeour found something wrong. Bang. The disarming charm that was supposed to hit the magic shield of the armor charm suddenly turned into lightning, and after several tricky deflections at several angles, it passed Scrimgeour's armor charm and hit him hard. The spell has turned. Dawlish was stunned as if he couldn't accept that the spell bypassed the armor spell. Don't use your inherent thinking to define my spell. After Ivan attacked Scrimgeour, he didn't continue to chase him. He easily resolved the attacks of Moody and Kingsley. The latter's time-freezing spell was very interesting and Ivan needed to devote a little attention to blocking it. Magic is not a set procedure. While fighting, Ivan did not forget to popularize science to the two. Magic is the power of the mind. As long as our will is strong and firm enough, we will not be bound by spells. Like this. Ivan waved his wand and shot two beams of magic light directly from the end of the wand. They were left and right, hanging towards Moody and Kingsley at an astonishing speed. If this was not Gringotts, the two could still use apparition to avoid it. But because of the existence of anti-apparition, Kingsley had to roll to the side and barely avoided Ivan's spell. As for Moody, he only had one leg and it was impossible for him to be as agile as Kingsley. I saw Mad Eye perform transfiguration and condense a metal wall in front of him. Crack. This power. I have experienced it myself. Moody finally understood the pressure that the hired wizards were under. They couldn't stop it at all. If Ivan's spell couldn't be resisted head-on, then it would be tantamount to seeking death for ordinary wizards like them. Ah. The metal wall shattered and the Moody was blown away. On the other side, Kingsley just stood up. But before he could attack, the magic beam that was originally shot at his back drew a beautiful trajectory like a meteor and flew towards him again. What? It was already exaggerated that the spell could bypass the armor spell. But the scene that happened now completely shattered the already broken worldview. The spell can not only bypass obstacles but also turn, track automatically, and even slow down, speed up, and stop. All of this was just like a dream and the Aurors were stunned. Do you know? Ivan cast several more tracking magic beams. He didn't use any powerful spells, they were just coma spells. Ivan was sitting on a stone. He patted the dust on his body and watched Moody and Kingsley being chased by these coma spells that seemed to have their own ideas. I was looking forward to it, looking forward to fighting with a strong opponent. Unfortunately, you have let me down. Let's not talk about that. Ivan looked at Dawlish, who was trembling with fear. Don't be afraid, I'm talking about the two guys in your arms. I'll give you a suggestion, get this kind of stuff out of the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. Letting such a guy in a high position is simply a disgrace to Britain. As he was speaking, Ivan suddenly raised his hand and there was a crisp sound of bang, and the invisible barrier blocked the spell from behind. KR. Ivan turned his head and saw that Scrimgeour had stood there without knowing when. You are in good health. You can stand up even after being hit by my disarming spell. I am the director of the Auror office. Scrimgeour was panting but he still stood firm with Ivan, unwilling to give in. Ivan found that Scrimgeour was injured. He was able to get up, relying entirely on his strong will. I don't hate people like you. Ivan pressed his empty hand towards the ground, and then the cliff under everyone's feet seemed to come alive and turned into a huge compass. The compass included everyone, and it turned quickly, and they all moved to the opposite side of Ivan. In front of them was the trembling Scrimgeour and Kingsley and Moody lying on the ground exhausted. You too. It's gratifying that the British Ministry of Magic at least has talents like you. Ivan's tone was as if he was the Minister of Magic. BFDA, what qualifications does a dark wizard have to comment on the Ministry of Magic? Well, I can't refute this. Ivan was not angry at Scrimgeour's bad temper. He was actually quite easy to talk to, especially to capable people, like Moody, who hated evil and risked his life to catch Death Eaters. Scrimgeour and Kingsley also had justice in their hearts and would not bow to evil forces. Maybe they were lacking in strength, but in terms of character, Ivan was willing to give them enough respect. But don't be too sure, who knows when I will become your boss. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young and poor. Ivan told a joke from his past life. Although they spoke different languages, the three of them understood what he meant. You want to be the Minister of Magic. Scrimgeour seemed to have heard a very funny joke, a dark wizard. Dark wizard. Ivan couldn't help laughing. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour? What? Scrimgeour didn't understand what tricks Ivan was trying to play. Do you know who I am? As Ivan finished speaking, the three people present looked at each other. To be honest, they really didn't know Ivan's true identity. Don't know, right? Ivan spread his hands. Look, you don't even know who I am, so how can you judge that I am a dark wizard? Break into Gringotts and steal. Stop. Ivan interrupted Scrimgeour and said with a smile, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about who do you think I am without my current appearance? This time, even if Scrimgeour was stubborn, he understood what Ivan meant. The wizard played by Ivan did violate British law and challenged the Ministry of Magic. But the question is, who is Ivan? They don't even know the name of the wizard played by Ivan, let alone his true identity. In other words, I leave here. A few years later, more than 10 years later, I will appear in front of you in another identity, a more glorious identity. At that time, is it really impossible for me to become the Minister of Magic? Ivan's words directly confused the three people. Even an old man like Moody had to admit that Ivan was right. They couldn't see through Ivan's disguise, which meant that Ivan's true identity was innocent and he was a law-abiding citizen. A good citizen, especially not a doctor with such magical attainments. It was too easy for him to make a name for himself in the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour was speechless after hearing Ivan's words. You mean you are a British wizard? Moody began to test Ivan, and Scrimgeour and Kingsley immediately reacted when they heard this. Yes, since Ivan wanted to be the Minister of Magic of the British Ministry of Magic, then his true identity must be a British wizard, right? Yes, I am indeed a British wizard. Ivan knew that Gringotts was still gathering people, and he planned to defeat the last wave of hired wizards and completely break the fantasy of these goblins in Gringotts. Since there was time, Ivan didn't mind chatting with the three of them and expressing his dissatisfaction with the British wizarding system. British wizard? Scrimgeour was a little bit unbelievable. Seeing Moody's hesitation, Ivan couldn't help but sneered. I don't know why you associate me with Dumbledore, but I can tell you clearly that I am not Dumbledore. Do you suspect he is Dumbledore? Scrimgeour looked at Moody in surprise, thinking that this old friend was indeed suffering from Alzheimer's. Ivan is Ivan, Dumbledore is Dumbledore, and he can admit his mistake. You know shit. Moody didn't want to explain to Scrimgeour. He just stared at Ivan silently, wondering if he was lying. He was not Dumbledore. Moody was sure of this. If I become the Minister of Magic in England, the first thing I have to do is to improve the strength of wizards. Ivan motioned them to look at Dawlish and other Aurors. Look at them, they are not as good as me alone. With this level, England is the weakest among all the magic ministries in the world, right? How is that possible? Scrimgeour quickly retorted. Even if there is a gap between the magic ministries of various countries, it will not be too obvious. Oh tilde. Ivan laughed, so everyone is so weak, no wonder you are lying flat. The three fell into silence. They wanted to refute Ivan that the British Ministry of Magic was not weak. As the leader of Europe, the overall ranking of the British Ministry of Magic is still very high. It's not easy for wizards to improve their strength. It's really not easy. Ivan casually controlled the two toads in Dawlish's arms in midair. Look at them, a minister and a senior member, but their magic level is so little. If promotion in the Ministry of Magic has nothing to do with magical attainments, then why should wizards study magic? Don't say anything, different people do different things, and the Ministry of Magic also has a department dedicated to studying magic. This is not a reason in Ivan's view. The biggest difference between Muggles and wizards is that the latter have magic power. A civilization with great power belongs to itself, and it's ridiculous that it would play the same step-by-step as ordinary people. You want to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour took a breath of cold air. He really thought Ivan could do such a thing now. He alone defeated almost all the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, and even the vanguard of Gringotts was pressed to the ground. With such strength, the chaos that Ivan can bring is even greater than that of Voldemort at the beginning. No. Ivan thought Scrimgeour was a bit extreme. It's too troublesome to build a system from scratch. And I don't need to do this kind of thing. What do you mean? The three of them didn't quite understand what Ivan meant. Could it be that besides him there was someone else who wanted to harm the Ministry of Magic? The man whose name you can't even mention, you call him Voldemort. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Especially Dawlish and others who grew up under the shadow of Voldemort, and now they are trembling even more. Puff tilde. Ivan couldn't help laughing and said, "Sorry, I know you are very afraid of him. But I still want to say that maybe Voldemort is terrible in your eyes, but to me, he is just so-so. The power of the Dark Lord is not what you can imagine." One of the Aurors suddenly spoke up, and Ivan scratched his cheek and said, "I remember that the Death Eaters should have been arrested, so what's going on?" Remnants. That person is a pure-blood wizard. The reason for supporting Voldemort is mainly the interests of both parties. Ivan's origins are unknown, and he criticized the system of the Ministry of Magic right away. But the problem is that the system of the Ministry of Magic originated from the rule of the aristocracy, which is the key to the profit of these purebloods. If the Ministry of Magic really becomes a monolithic entity, how can they find loopholes? Therefore, if Ivan wants to take power unless he recognizes the pureblood aristocracy's set, he will be unable to move forward. Shut up, Travers. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn Furrand MWM DCZ OJK equals. Travers is one of the 28 sacred families, and many family members have joined the Death Eaters. There is nothing strange about this. When Voldemort was powerful, at least 2/3 of the pureblood families directly and indirectly supported him. It's okay. Ivan signaled Scrimgeour not to be too angry. After all, it's Voldemort. He was really powerful 10 years ago. Well, it should be about the same as me now. 0, maybe he knows more magic knowledge than me, but if it comes to magic power, he is probably not as good as me. Ivan fought with Voldemort's residual soul and compared it with Dumbledore. In the previous battle, Ivan did not exert his full strength. In fact, he only used 30% to 40% of his magic level at most, and he was able to suppress the enemy on the spot. You are too arrogant. Scrimgeour and others have already demonized Voldemort. Even though Ivan is very strong, they still think Voldemort is more powerful. Although Voldemort has never left England from beginning to end, it is because Dumbledore is in England. If we really talk about strength, Voldemort, who can fight with Dumbledore, can at least be ranked in the top 5 in the world, even if he cannot be the second in the world. Ivan did not want to refute the attitude of Scrimgeour and others. He slowly stood up from his seat. This scene scared the Aurors who were watching not far away. They thought Ivan was going to fight if he disagreed with him. Don't be nervous. I said you are not my enemy. Ivan threw the toad in the air back to Dawlish, and then lifted the head of Gringotts, who had been controlled, into the air. Next, watch carefully. Magic may not make your wishes come true, but it can do whatever people want. As Ivan finished speaking, a large number of wizards came from all directions to beg in the name of rail cars. DAS. There were a lot of hired wizards this time, and with the goblins they were densely packed. Ivan suspected that these wizards might have covered the whole of Europe. In order to deal with him, Gringotts had done its best. In that case, you are useless. Ivan threw the head of Gringotts aside, and then, under the stunned eyes of the British Aurors, he turned into a white storm and rushed towards the hired wizards who surrounded him. The result of the battle was no surprise, one-sided, another crushing. Moody, Scrimgeour, and others had already expected this situation. In front of the Archmage, no matter how much you use the human wave tactics, the outcome will not change. Well, I had a lot of fun today. BBA. Ivan stood among the fallen mercenary wizards and he said goodbye to the British Aurors gracefully. See you again if we are lucky. Dig. The next moment, with a crisp sound, Ivan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Apparition. Ivan performed apparition in a place where he couldn't apparition, and then in front of so many people, a man pushed through the entire Gringotts from the door. He gone. Scrimgeour wanted to track Ivan's apparition but found that he couldn't do it at all. This is not the apparition that their wizards usually use but a more profound and complex space spell. To track Ivan's exclusive apparition, the prerequisite is to have some understanding of the Phoenix Force. Otherwise, let alone cracking it, it would be extremely difficult to understand it. Gone. Moody sighed. He knew how frustrated his two colleagues were at the moment. But if you can't beat him, you can't beat him, no matter what you say. Instead of being depressed here, you might as well investigate and find out the real identity of that guy. Moody's emotions were adjusted the fastest, and after hearing what he said, Kingsley and Scrimgeour also recovered. Such a dangerous wizard is hiding in a corner of England. This is too dangerous. Scrimgeour immediately planned to send tasks to the Aurors and asked Dawlish and others to only investigate secretly and not to fight Ivan head-on. Ivan's strength is definitely at the level of Voldemort and Dumbledore. If such a guy really has ill will towards the Aurors, everyone will be knocked down in an instant. I think we should notify Chicken Blido immediately. Kingsley's proposal was recognized by everyone. At this critical moment, it is really hard to feel safe without a strong man like Dumbledore standing behind you. What's more, Fudge and Umbridge are still cursed. They have tried it. It's useless. Any solution is ineffective. Just like the cursed gold coins they encountered before, they encountered that kind of unreasonable strong spell again. The only way now is to find Dumbledore, hoping that the old headmaster can help to remove the curse on the two. On the other side, Ivan left Gringotts and returned to Hogwarts. He did not choose to appear directly in the castle but set the landing point of the apparition to the outside of the Forbidden Forest. Ivan stopped walking and looked at a certain place in the Forbidden Forest. Ivan's keen perception told him that he was the only one here. Headmaster, have you been waiting for me here for a long time? Ivan didn't need to guess at all. He knew who was waiting for him here. Except for Dumbledore, there was no other person in Hogwarts or even in the whole of England who could compete with Ivan in magic. I'm just taking a walk here. Dumbledore walked out of the forest, and the old man didn't see Ivan's surprise and anger. He was very calm, as if he didn't care about Ivan's going out at all. The moonlight is nice tonight. Dumbledore smiled and invited, would you like to chat with me, an old man over 100 years old? Of course. Ivan followed Dumbledore's footsteps. The Forbidden Forest at night was quiet and deep. In the dark shadows, there seemed to be pairs of eyes hidden, watching the old and the young who had rashly entered. However, the Forbidden Forest, which was extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, became a back garden for Ivan and Dumbledore to enter and exit at will. Monsters in the Forbidden Forest, dangerous magical plants. Even if these things only observed the two people from a distance, they would hide far away, the creatures' instincts told them. The two human wizards in front of them were more terrifying than dragons and the most dangerous magical creatures, Gringotts. After walking for about 5 minutes, Dumbledore asked first. Yeah. Ivan was not surprised at all. He said, I went there to get some things. But you know, I don't like to steal other people's things, so I only took those that belong to me. Ah, it's very much like your style. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't care whether Ivan really stole anything from Gringotts, but Dumbledore really didn't want Ivan to steal things. It's not about learning good or bad. It's just stealing things because it's cheap. It's a bit shameful for a natural-born wizard to steal things. So Dumbledore was actually quite relieved that Ivan didn't hide himself but openly broke into Gringotts from outside. After all, he is his disciple and he is generous and doesn't hide anything. This alone is worthy of praise, don't you blame me. I don't seem to have any reason to do this. Dumbledore shrugged and said, "Didn't you say that you want to take back what belongs to you? Since it's taking back what belongs to Ivan, it can't be called stealing or robbing but asking for 5.6, taking things back from the goblins. Those cursed gold coins are very dangerous." "I know." Ivan nodded and said, "So I have no intention of collecting them but I am going to destroy them immediately." This surprised Dumbledore. The old man could guess that what Ivan was talking about was the soul coffin and the 888 gold coins inside. As for why Ivan said those were his things, this is not difficult to guess. It is normal for an ancient family like Ambrosius to have some heritage left. This is my mission. Ivan didn't know that old Dumbledore had misunderstood him, but he didn't lie. The system task itself is naturally a kind of mission. If Ivan wants to complete the task, then destroying the soul coffin is inevitable. Hua la la. Ivan took the soul chest out of the traceless telescopic bag. He and Dumbledore had studied the magic on it early in the morning and could determine how to completely destroy it. But before that, Ivan still needed to study the curse on it for several more years. There are 2 requirements for the main quest of the first year at Hogwarts. First, Ivan needs to completely analyze the spells on the soul chest and the cursed gold coins and deduce their essence. In addition, they need to completely destroy both of them and the curse on them will completely disappear from this world. Of the 2 requirements, the latter is not very difficult. The real difficulty is the analysis of the soul chest. "Do you need my help?" Dumbledore stood aside and watched Ivan use his wand to observe the soul chest from all angles. The 2 of them basically understood the problem of the gold coins. This is a ritual magic and it also has a very powerful contractual nature. Once the curse is activated, it will take root in the soul of the person who is cursed like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and it will be difficult to extricate itself. Ivan's movements were very careful. He didn't want to be cursed by the soul-gathering coffin in order to complete the task. It was too funny that Ivan was cursed by something summoned by the system. "Leave it to me, headmaster." Ivan rejected Dumbledore's kindness. The old headmaster had already revealed that Ivan had trespassed into Gringotts and had dealt with countless horrors. The old man now wanted to know how Ivan would deal with the sarcophagus. Ivan said he would destroy it, but as far as Dumbledore knew, there were not many spells to choose from to destroy such a cursed item. The simplest one was the Fiendfire. Dumbledore wanted to know if Ivan could master this magic. Anyway, with him by his side, even if Ivan summoned the Fiendfire, there would be no risk of losing control. And after this attempt, Ivan could truly experience the evil of black magic, which reminded him to use this power with caution. Just as I thought. Ivan closed his magic eyes and spiritual vision. "When I was studying the cursed gold coins before, I thought that the source of the curse was not the gold coins but on this cloth coffin. The sarcophagus is the source of the curse and the gold coins are more like a tool to spread the curse. The relationship between the 2 is like that of the man-eating plant and the sweet nectar. The gold coins can seduce human greed and the final harvest is actually the sarcophagus, the carrier. In other words, the number and type of gold coins have no effect on the curse itself. Even if all the gold coins inside are destroyed, the soul coffin will also take back the lost curse magic and redistribute it to the remaining gold coins. And if one day all the gold coins will be broken, that doesn't matter. As long as you continue to throw gold coins into the soul coffin, the curse it contains can still create more and more powerful cursed gold coins. To some extent, the soul coffin is a very scary magic prop. No wonder the system asked me to study this thing. Ivan frowned slightly. The curse magic on the soul coffin can replenish itself rather than a simple magic cycle. The magic of death. Before Ivan spoke, Dumbledore had already said the answer in his mind. "Did you figure it out?" Ivan was not surprised. Dumbledore was always very secretive. It was quite normal for him to sense the death magic. "I once searched for the legend of the god of death with a friend. Gellert Grindelwald." When Ivan said that name, Dumbledore's expression paused slightly, and then he smiled. "You know, we used to be very close, even said that together." For the greater good, the last time Ivan discussed with Dumbledore, he quite admired Grindelwald's belief. Is Harry's invisibility cloak the Deathly Hallows? After returning from Christmas, Ivan saw Harry's invisibility cloak. He asked Harry to come and study it for a while. However, Ivan only knew a little about the death magic on the invisibility cloak. Was it originally in your hands? After James and Lily died, the key to the Potter family's vault was kept with me. Dumbledore had obtained the invisibility cloak 10 years ago and had studied it for a long time. The old man did not hide this fact. As a wizard, it is normal to be curious about the power of death. Did you find anything? I did find something. Dumbledore said, we all know that there is magic in nature. The magic of nature is the source of power for magic transformation. Only when wizards truly understand the laws of magic in nature can they deduce the formula of potions and balance the body with the magic in nature. The natural magic here is not the elements in nature. The earth, water, wind, fire, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that ordinary people think of are fundamentally different from the natural magic discussed by Ivan and Dumbledore. To put it bluntly, the former is the material composition of nature, and the real natural magic is often attached to some invisible and intangible concepts. For example, the magic of death, the magic of the starry sky, the magic of time, the magic of the mind, the magic of fate, etc. The death cube is used in the refining of the soul coffin. 23. It can operate forever, which is different from the magic cycle of Hogwarts Castle, Ivan said. This magic prop can passively absorb the death magic traveling in the outside world to supplement its own missing power. The magic of Hogwarts Castle mainly comes from the young wizards who study here. Every young wizard who enters the school will sign a contract with the castle. While they study in the castle, they will provide the castle with enough magic to operate. In short, as long as there are wizards enrolled, the magic of Hogwarts Castle will be endless and will never be exhausted. It's too early for me to use the magic of death now. Ivan was not tempted by the power of the god of death. He no longer hesitated and waved his wand to cast a spell on the cursed gold coin. The powerful magic, accompanied by the spell driven by positive emotions, was applied to the soul coffin. So the positive and negative forces continued to collide, and the powerful magic broke the magic balance inside the soul coffin.
Crack.
Just like that, the soul coffin began to break and then turned into ashes bit by bit, dissipating in front of the two. You did it.
Yeah.
Ivan was not surprised by this. And as the first-year trial task was completed, the pleasant system prompt sound also rang in Ivan's ears. No need to use any fiery fire curse. The simplest way to destroy a cursed object is to use the opposite magic power to hedge. Of course, this method of cracking is like a fairy tale to other wizards. While most wizards are still chanting spells, Ivan has already begun to touch the essence of magic. This alone is beyond the imagination of ordinary wizards. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. Current progress: recover the soul gathering tube, completed. Trace the source of the curse, completed. Task reward: experience value x1. Here it comes. Ivan looked at the system prompt, and his usually calm mood also had waves at this moment. Experience value, a more precious reward than potential points, is the attribute point required to increase the attribute from 5 points to 6 points. Ivan began to think about what attribute this 1 point of experience value should be added to. Ivan.
Soul 5. Magic 5.
Constitution 1. Thinking 3. Mind 2. Will 2. Potential points 0. Experience points 1. Soul and magic, these are the only two options Ivan can choose now. Although experience points can also be used as potential points, only fools would do so. And between the two attributes of soul and magic, Ivan already knew which one to choose first: magic. Ivan has almost figured out the role of the soul. In Ivan's opinion, these abilities such as clairvoyance, magic eye, and dream dimension can be summed up in one sentence, that is, observation. In other words, the higher the soul attribute, the clearer the world that can be perceived. As for magic, with only 5 points of magic, Ivan became a natural great wizard. It is hard to imagine what kind of experience Guh Fan would get if the magic attribute was further improved to 6 points. Professor, do you know what the realm above the Grand Master is like? Above the Grand Master, Dumbledore did not warn Ivan not to be too ambitious. On the contrary, Dumbledore looked at Ivan with interest, wondering why he had such doubts. As a wizard, it is normal to want to go further on the road of magic, isn't it? Dumbledore could find no fault with Ivan's reason, although it may be a little early for you, Dumbledore. But it is necessary to be mentally prepared in advance. It was mentioned before that the difference between the Grand Master and ordinary wizards lies in the qualitative change of their magic power. The magic power of the Grand Master is obviously stronger than that of ordinary wizards. Once the two collide, the Grand Master's spell will crush the magic power of ordinary wizards with a crushing attitude. The battle between Harry and Voldemort in the original book. Harry, who is just a student, can fight against a Grand Master like Voldemort. This kind of thing should not happen in theory. However, the fact is that no matter how powerful Voldemort is, he can't kill Harry Potter. There are many reasons, such as prophecy, Lily's love, Voldemort's integration of Harry's blood into his body, and the resonance of the Phoenix Tail feather wand and his unwillingness to kill his brother. In short, there are many reasons, but the only one is that Voldemort is not strong enough. Because except for Harry, his nemesis, and Dumbledore, Voldemort crushes everyone and there is no stalemate, confrontation, or back-and-forth situation. If you want to become a great wizard, magic transformation and blood return are the two paths that wizards can choose. No matter which of these two paths, if you go to the end, there is hope to glimpse the realm above the great wizard. In other words, 6 points of magic power also existed in this world. Although it is very difficult, it is so difficult that strong people like Dumbledore and Grindelwald have thought that it is just a myth. I once got 2 Deathly Hallows and through research I found the way to a higher level. The Deathly Hallows represent the magic of death, and in European legends, the person who collects 3 Deathly Hallows will become the master of the God of Death. The God of Death here is definitely not the real God of Death. Ivan thinks that the God of Death here should refer to the magic of death. To become the master of the God of Death is to become the master of the magic of death. Do you mean to completely merge with a certain natural magic?
Yes.
Dumbledore knew that Ivan could think of this. If the initial magic transformation is to integrate a certain natural magic into the body, then the end of this road is to completely control one of the 12 natural magics. 12 natural magics, this is the definition of the number of natural magics in the wizarding world. It's a pity that times have changed and British wizards have not produced a strong man above the Grand Master for hundreds of years. As for blood reversion is much easier than magic transformation. The so-called blood reversion is actually relying on the power of the ancestors in your own blood. It is equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants and taking a step further. Of course, if you want to take the path of blood reversion, the prerequisite is that you really have an ancestor who has reached magic power 6. If not such as ordinary wizards, then he is not qualified for blood reversion. Ivan, you inherited the blood of Merlin and the Phoenix family. Maybe you will feel that the pure blood set of things allows them to still live in the beautiful dreams they once had. But we have to admit that purebloods are right. The purer the blood, the stronger the magic power that can be inherited, and the level that can be reached in the future will be higher than that of ordinary people. Purebloods are not good, not because of bad blood, but because the purebloods Zhao Heiahao of each generation are living a life of drunkenness and dreams, and are in a hopeless situation. However, if we really trace back to the source, there have been countless powerful wizards who were famous in the history of today's pureblood families. Ivan must be able to reach the level of magic power 6. Not to mention anything else, just relying on the 2 ancient bloods he now has. If any of them is developed to the extreme, Ivan may awaken the power in it and thus embark on a path that Dumbledore has never seen in his life. You are lucky. Dumbledore did not envy Ivan because he was also a member of the Phoenix family. What's more, Dumbledore had already found his own way. Dumbledore also knew what to do at the level of Magic 6. Professor, what do you want? A great adventure. Ivan thought of what Dumbledore said, and this was the opportunity Dumbledore was looking for to break through Magic 6. Death is another great adventure. At the end of the original novel, Harry met Dumbledore at King's Cross Station. Ivan felt that at that time, Dumbledore might have broken through to the realm of Magic 6 and transcended the boundary between life and death. And Grindelwald was willing to die after Dumbledore's death. Ivan suspected that the deaths of these two people were premeditated. How do you feel about the adventure in Gringotts? Dumbledore has been training Ivan from Snape to Voldemort to mercenaries and Aurors. Ivan's combat experience now is no less than those veteran combat wizards. How do you say it? Ivan shrugged and said, a little disappointed, today's wizards are like this. Dumbledore was also helpless. Because of Voldemort, the inheritance of wizards in England was interrupted, and many powerful wizards died in that war. The reason why Dumbledore did not blame Ivan was because Ivan had done it before. He did not kill the wizards who fought with him. As long as he did not kill anyone, Dumbledore could understand whatever Ivan did. This was not to say that Dumbledore was a saint, but that the number of wizards was limited and each one was a valuable resource. Ivan agreed with Dumbledore on this point. If Ivan chose to kill, then he would be completely free from restraint in the future. Killing one or two wizards was nothing, but killing hundreds or thousands of them would be a heavy blow to the entire wizarding world. Ivan acted with discretion, which made Dumbledore very relieved. Grindelwald had completely lifted the restrictions on killing, and Voldemort treated human life as worthless. In the Muggle world, killing is normal. However, there are hundreds of thousands of wizards in the world, which is only 1/10,000th of the Muggles. According to this ratio, every wizard Ivan kills is equivalent to killing 10,000 Muggles. Then killing 1,000 people would be 10 million. Think about it, if someone kills tens of millions of people by himself, it would be a terrible thing. Let alone looking at the history of mankind, even looking at the future, it is estimated that no one can succeed. Add to that the indirect deaths CFBC. Once a war breaks out, tens of thousands of wizards will die. If this is magnified 10,000 times, it will be even more horrifying. You should know that the number of casualties in the entire World War II was only over 100 million, less than 200 million. With Ivan's magic, he will sooner or later grow to a point that Dumbledore has to look up to. By that time, no one can restrain him. The only thing that can be asked of Ivan is his own heart. What do you think of my work? Very good. Dumbledore smiled. It's just that the punishment for Fudge and Umbridge is a bit heavy. At least I didn't really hurt them. Ah, yes. Dumbledore didn't care about the humiliation of the Minister of Magic. There was no other way before. There were only so many wizards in England, so he could only pick the tallest one among the short ones and chose Fudge. But now it's different. The appearance of Ivan made Dumbledore see the hope of the rise of the British magic world. To put it bluntly, with Ivan, the magic world will prosper for at least 100 years. This alone is not something Fudge can compare to. They are too noisy. Ivan didn't pretend to be a saint in front of Dumbledore. I don't quite understand why they can be so arrogant. Ivan does things as he pleases. Maybe he will be disturbed by the emotions of others, but in the general direction, Ivan has always been himself. Just because he is the Minister of Magic, he is fearless. This is power. Compared to the mistakes Ivan made this time, Dumbledore paid more attention to teaching Ivan. When a person is corrupted by power, he will become more arrogant. Magic is power, and the status of wizards is never obtained by power. Many people think that Dumbledore is a saint, but only he himself understands that he just can't change it. Dumbledore fears power, even strength. He is worried that he will become a more terrible existence than Grindelwald and Voldemort. However, power is also omnipotent. Dumbledore hopes that Ivan can make good use of his power. You know, Gryffindor is not afraid of power. The 4 colleges of Hogwarts essentially represent 4 types of people. Among them, Gryffindor is a reckless man but also a brave man. If you really annoy them, the worst thing is to risk your life to fight you. Unless Ivan can kill all the people like Gryffindor, he can't make them convinced simply by strength. I understand, people. Ivan nodded. He pursues elegance. The so-called elegance naturally does not wave the wand like a big fool. Language, transaction, emotion. There are more than just 1 or 2 ways of communication between people. Similarly, if you want to win over people with different personalities, you have to use different means. It's good that you can do this. Dumbledore was very satisfied with Ivan. He thought for a while and said, If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me at any time. As soon as this sentence came out, even Ivan was a little surprised. Dumbledore's meaning was very clear. He decided to release Ivan's restraints and let him act freely. Not only that, Dumbledore told Ivan that if he encountered any problems, he would be willing to be his backup and help him deal with these troubles. For example, this time, Ivan used Vulcan to clear the way and magic incarnation in front of so many people. Although there are many high-level officials in the Ministry of Magic who are just sitting there doing nothing, there are also elites like Scrimgeour and Moody. With their abilities, it is only a matter of time to investigate Ivan. How do you know this? Ivan frowned slightly. He found that Dumbledore knew too much, just like he was also present during the Battle of Gringotts. There are many ways. Dumbledore did not explain. He smiled and said, "You have to let the old man have some of his own little secrets, right? You were there at the time." Dumbledore, who knows, maybe. Ivan was not very satisfied with Dumbledore's answer, but he did not delve into it. Anyway, as long as he knew that Dumbledore had no ill will towards him but supported him, Ivan would not care about it. The follow-up of the Ministry of Magic. Just leave it to me. Dumbledore, didn't you say that they can't prove that you are that person? Ivan didn't expect Dumbledore to really accept his sophistry. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at Dumbledore with a strange look. I didn't expect you to be such a headmaster. Dumbledore turned around with a smile. The old headmaster's protection of his shortcomings on the Gringotts issue made Ivan's impression of him change greatly. Dumbledore is also a person, an elder. He really knows how to distinguish between the close and the distant. Ivan is one of his own, and Dumbledore is very tolerant of what he does. Even if Ivan commits a crime, as long as it does not involve principled issues, Dumbledore will not say anything. Ivan even suspects that even if he really degenerates and becomes the second Voldemort, Dumbledore will persuade him to get back on track instead of hoping and giving up. Perhaps in the eyes of the old man, Ivan is still young. He took the wrong path, which is just an inevitable experience in the process of growing up. As an elder, it is Dumbledore's responsibility to correct Ivan's mistakes. His life, his power, even if it is at the cost, if it can be exchanged for Ivan's situation, it is worth it. Ivan said goodbye to Dumbledore and then returned to the Gryffindor dormitory impatiently. Holding an experience point in his hand, Ivan's mind is now full of what changes will be obtained after adding it to the soul or magic. Ivan. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Ivan did not see Hermione and others. Neville stayed here. When he saw Ivan, he was a little curious about where he had gone. But Neville did not ask but just looked at Ivan in surprise as he hurriedly opened the secret world closet and got in. What's going on? Neville had never seen Ivan so excited. Ivan is back. When Neville was puzzled, Hermione and Parvati walked in. The two asked about Ivan, and after learning that he had gone to the secret world, the little witches decided to wait for him to come out in Ivan's dormitory. On the other side, Ivan walked in the secret world. He went straight into the Guardian town and then modified the permissions of the magic barrier, temporarily canceling anyone's entry. It's not that Ivan doesn't trust Hermione and the others, but Ivan himself can't guarantee what the consequences will be when the magic power is promoted to 6 points. After all, Magic 5 gave birth to Obscurus. And there is no need to say how destructive Obscurus is. Ivan doesn't want to accidentally hurt Hermione and the others because of his magic power promotion. To be on the safe side, it's better to let him handle it alone. System. Opening the attribute list, Ivan did not hesitate and decisively added the potential points to the magic attribute. Add points successfully. Magic 5 right arrow 6. At the moment when the magic attribute number increased from 5 to 6, Ivan felt an unprecedented comfort. This feeling is hard to describe, just like a person carrying countless heavy objects suddenly put down the burden on his shoulders. What's going on? Ivan couldn't figure out the root of his own changes. He carefully sensed and finally found the reason why his body became lighter. It's not that my burden has become lighter, but that my strength has been improved. No, it can't be said to be strength, it should be said to be magic power. Ivan's magic power has been greatly improved. The extent of this improvement is very exaggerated if you describe it with data. Ivan's magic power of 5 can lift a weight of about 50 without the help of a magic wand. However, after breaking through magic power 6, Ivan's upper limit reached 80 points. Don't underestimate the difference of 30 points. 50 and 80 are not 60% more, but the difference in the quality of the real soil. Just like fine steel and ordinary iron, ironware and bronzeware. The hardness of copper is less than 3, the hardness of iron is between 4 and 5, and the hardness of steel can reach more than 7. It seems that the data is almost the same, with only 1 or 2 points of difference. But if the weapons made by the 3 are really used for chopping, the steel sword can easily chop the iron sword and the bronze sword. Ivan's magic power is the same. Magic power 6 allows him to do things that were unimaginable before. The root of it is that Ivan can feel some very special fluctuations in the dark. These fluctuations are everywhere. They are like invisible silk threads covering every corner that Ivan feels. What are these? Ivan opened his spiritual vision and magic eyes, but he couldn't see these threads at all. Please give me flowers. I can be sure that they exist, but I can't see them. Obviously, this is because Ivan's soul attribute has not yet reached the standard. Perhaps only by raising his soul to 6 points can he observe the new world more clearly. What are the uses of these threads? Ivan thought so and then chose a thin thread closer to him and began to fiddle with it. Boom tilde tilde. The next moment, Ivan felt his whole body moving. The originally peaceful earth was shaking constantly at this time. Before Ivan thought carefully, there was a loud, earth-shattering sound from afar. Ivan quickly entered the magic incarnation state and soared into the sky. Oh my God. In the sky, Ivan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and the whole person fell into a brief stagnation. A few dozen kilometers away from the exit of the wardrobe, a mountain hundreds of meters high was shattered. For a moment, the earth and rocks rolled, the trees fell, and countless birds and beasts fled in fear under the natural disaster. Isn't this what I did? Ivan looked at his hands. He could feel the magic light emanating from the collapsed mountain. That was Ivan's magic, the remnant of the magic he had just cast. How did you do this? I didn't chant a spell and I didn't think about anything. Bathe. The earth cracked and the rocks collapsed. The damage caused by just this one time reached 100 times or even 1,000 times the blasting spell that Ivan had originally cast with all his strength. The earth shook, the mountains were destroyed, and it was like a natural disaster. And all this was just the result of Ivan stretching out his fingers and gently fiddling with it. What is that thin thread? Some kind of law. Ivan had a guess in his mind. He felt that he had vaguely touched the essence of the silk threads touched by Magic 6. How about trying again? Thinking of this, Ivan raised his hand again. This time, Ivan carefully identified the silk threads around him, and he found that their existence had nothing to do with the distance of real matter. Perhaps a silk thread very close to Ivan represents a lake and a mountain range thousands of miles away. The strings of the world. This is Ivan's summary of his newly acquired abilities after testing. Although Ivan cannot see the true appearance of these strings of the world because of his insufficient soul attributes. But Ivan knows that the strings of the world do exist. Is this the essence of magic? Ivan put down his wand and had a deeper understanding of the magic system of this world. If magic is compared to a piece of music, then the process of plucking the strings of the world is casting a spell. Then, different magic requires different strings of the world to be plucked. And some strings of the world are stronger than others. To make an analogy, it is like the difference between silk, wool, nylon, and steel wire, or even an iron rod. Yes, an iron rod. Ivan discovered that among the countless strings of the world, there were 1,002 stubborn strings that were difficult to describe as 4/4 shaded. Even with Ivan's current magic power of 6 points, these strings need to be hit with all their strength to make them make sounds. If I were still the great wizard, let alone making them make sounds, even wanting to shake them would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. As for the specific functions of these 12 strings, Ivan did not dare to try them casually, and the only one he struck was the relatively peaceful string of life. The sound of the string of life, or the feedback it gave Ivan, was really like the concept of life, warm and soft. That kind of vibrant feeling. Before Ivan could experience it carefully, he found that the surrounding lakes, forests, and the originally collapsed mountains began to revive. Is this the realm of Magic 6? The real magic is displayed in the form of power, and the whole world is indirectly changed by plucking the string of the world. If Ivan uses the words in the novel he read in his previous life, the string of the world is a law that already exists. Magic 6 is to directly control it with magic. The finer threads surrounding the string of life should be the more specific powers derived from the law of life. Ivan thought so and tried again, and the result proved that his idea was correct. Silk, thread, and string, 3 different laws from low to high, they have their own sounds, and what these sounds affect is the real world. In theory, Ivan only needs to find the meaning of these silk threads and he can perform great magic more accurately. Great magic, this is Ivan's nickname for the magic cast by Magic 6. In Ivan's view, the power of great magic is comparable to natural disasters. Just Ivan's casual plucking just now can cause the collapse of mountains and rivers and besiege Fengchun, which is a scene that is beyond the level of miracles. You know, this is not Ivan's current limit. If I try my best, even at a sufficient price, I can even play music with 12 laws that are comparable to pillars. Time, space, life, death, love, thinking, celestial bodies, destiny. When these extremely powerful concepts are transformed into strings and become a note in composing music, the power they can show is not an exaggeration to say that it is destructive. What a powerful force! Ivan had never thought that there was a level of magic in Harry Potter's magic world. Now he could destroy Voldemort, even Dumbledore, in an instant. Well, you can't think like that. Ivan found that his mentality at this moment was very similar to when he awakened the Obscurus. The Obscurus carried strong negative emotions, and although the world string did not have such side effects, the vague impulse in his heart was also difficult to suppress. How to say it? It's like the curiosity of a cat. The strings of the world also seem to have an incomparable temptation, attracting Ivan to touch and pluck. Every thread, every string of the world represents a meaning. What a wonderful music it will be when it is played. Especially the scene in reality represented by this music, whether it is destruction, rebirth, or creation. Countless strings of the world are right in front of Ivan, waiting for his exploration. No. Ivan suppressed his curiosity. He knew that this might be the burden of awakening the strings of the world. These strings of the world are not something that can be touched easily. Ivan kept reminding himself in his heart, the cost of trying is not something I can afford. The strings of the world are like blind boxes, they are big and small. Ivan knows that those big boxes contain very terrible power. He can take the initiative to avoid and not touch them. When the soul attribute reached 6, Ivan would know what each world string represented specifically. Changing the genes of a species and causing it to mutate is a small matter. There is no doubt that once Ivan touches the lifeline of a species, the consequences will be disastrous. They are countless. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are as numerous as stars. Soon, Ivan reacted. This is what Ivan concluded and the path to take after reaching Magic 6. If the function of thinking 3.8 is analysis and calculation, then will it be control? Is there a way to make the world's string produce the sound I want? Then he could rely on the thinking attribute to perform more accurate control. Ivan thought it was very likely. Then what about the mind? What's the use of the mind? The mind is the power of emotions. The process of wizards casting spells is to use their own emotions to infect the rules. The observation of the soul, the strength of magic, the accuracy of will, the calculation of thinking, and then convey to the world the emotions that the wizard's mind wants to express. But what about the small boxes? Especially when Ivan was about to try to pluck a lifeline near the string of life, the soul's warning began to sound without warning. Is the soul attribute insufficient? The lifeline is not only about resuscitation and rebirth, it also represents the state of different lives and the changes of species. Will there be a lifeline of someone Ivan knows? Once he touches it, Hermione, Luna, and the others might age and die in an instant. In other words, rules and concepts have the ability to accept emotions. Music. Ivan was basically sure that there was a delicate balance between the soul, magic power, and physique. As for how to solve it, what is the most important thing about a song? Therefore, before he could control this power, Ivan had to be extremely cautious and never use it with a playful attitude. Emotion. Ivan couldn't imagine such a thing at all. What is more terrifying is breaking the taboo of life and creating a terrible monster. And I am not sure what these lifelines represent specifically. Almost. After ensuring that the power would not get out of control, Ivan finally felt relieved. He was ready to leave, but before leaving, Ivan still needed to comfort the magical creatures who were panicked by the noise just now. There was no way the noise was really too loud. The natural disaster-like scene scared countless magical creatures. Fortunately, Ivan had the ability to communicate with various creatures, so after some explanation they gradually calmed down. In addition, knowing that the terrible magic just now was cast by Ivan, a large number of magical creatures, including thunderbirds, became more respectful to Ivan. The instinct of animals told them that Ivan was the overlord of this area. The deterrent power at the top of the food chain was enough to turn the most ferocious beasts into clever little cats. Boom tilde tilde. Waving the magic wand, Ivan used the phantom to change positions while casting the repair spell to restore the damaged earth and the overturned mountains to their original state. If it was before, Ivan's magic power was strong, but it would definitely not be able to do such a large-scale repair. After all, it was a natural disaster. Just like floods, tsunamis, and windstorms, they are force majeure that cannot be stopped by human power. But now, it is different. With the magic power increased to 6 points, Ivan not only awakened the power to pluck the strings of the world but also made an unprecedented breakthrough in magic power. The same spell, the effect at magic power 5, and what Ivan can do now are like two completely different magics. Who tilde tilde. Controlling a huge rock nearly 100 meters high, countless dust and gravel around it regrouped as if time was reversed, and perfectly spliced with the cliff next to it, leaving no gaps. Looking at the forest in the distance, it is as vibrant as before and there is no trace of damage at all. Such a power in ancient times, even if it called itself a god, no one would doubt it, right? Ivan knew the nature of the so-called gods of Muggles very well, and their prototype was the wizards in the magic world. This is the mainstream view in the wizarding world. Originally, Ivan thought so too, but now, looking at his power to destroy nature at will and restore it easily, Ivan felt that he looked down on those gods. They are indeed wizards, not gods, but what the true gods can do, they can do as well and even better. But where did they go? The realm of magic power 6 made Ivan see the possibility of wizards becoming gods. However, there are also doubts here, such as where Liu Shi, who had been to magic power, went. Ivan has a system, which is right, but if it is said that no ancient wizard has ever reached such a realm, Ivan does not believe it. This world. So Neville almost slept with his head on his side in pajamas. Ivan touched the girl's head and asked, "Another favorite college?" Ivan used his thumb and index finger to point to the universe. "I'm sorry to worry you." Breakthrough, DE. Ivan didn't know how to explain, he could only say that he was stronger. "Amazing, Ivan, you are making progress every day as if there is no limit." Neville envied Ivan, but he also knew that there was no other wizard in the wizarding world with Ivan's talent. "Where are Hermione and the others?" "They were supposed to wait for you to come out," Neville said awkwardly, "but Professor McGonagall came." After Ivan's training for a while, Neville's social phobia has improved a lot, but his dullness has not improved much. "Is it so late?" Ivan glanced at the wall clock and found that it was already past the lights-out time. Although the Gryffindor Lounge includes both men and women, there is still a clear distinction between the boys' and girls' dormitories. "Go to bed early." Ivan turned off the lights and said good night to Neville. 993 good night. Apart from those myths and legends that no one knew where they had gone, Ivan had become the most powerful wizard in the world today. Neville had been exhausted for a long time, and the reason he could hold on until now was because of his worry about Ivan. Now seeing Ivan return to his normal state, Neville was completely relieved. And as the realm is improved, Ivan discovered some secrets of this world. With the magic power to pluck the strings of the world, Ivan was a walking disaster. When he fell asleep, Ivan's consciousness naturally came to the dream dimension. Ivan was a little surprised because Neville had not rested yet. "Is there something wrong?" Magic's sudden breaking 6 points not only gave Ivan great power, but also boosted his confidence. Of course, he didn't want to become a villain boss. After hearing his concerned inquiry, Ivan realized that his actions today made the little wizards worried. That was definitely not something that a fledgling magician like him could compare to. Ivan. Not only that, Ivan carefully sensed and found that the rules of the secret world were very stable. The sky, the earth, the natural ecology, if these are all created from nothing and woven with great magic. This amazing sleep quality, even though it was not the first time Ivan saw it, still felt incredible. I'm fine, I just made a small breakthrough in magic. Huh. It will take a long time to explore the secret world, and Ivan is not in a hurry. Ivan couldn't imagine how powerful a wizard who could do such a thing would be. Now that only a year had passed, it was too early for him to step out from behind the scenes. In Ivan's dormitory, the two little witches have left and only Neville is not waiting for him. What a huge gap. If Ivan's attributes do not improve, it will take at least 100 years for Ivan to barely reach the level of the creator of the secret world. In a few months, Luna, you will be able to enter Hogwarts and become a first-year student. Finally checked again. Ivan did not understand the creation of the secret world before. Ivan had 7 years to grow. Here, Ivan met with Luna and shared the fact that he had become stronger with this quirky girl. After making sure that there was nothing missing, Ivan left the secret world. When Ivan thought of this, he was complacent about the improvement of his magic power and he calmed down instantly. There is still a long way to go in the future. The wizard who created this world holds the power to pluck the strings of the world. Suddenly, Ivan thought of this secret world. Ivan, look at this. The next morning, the young wizards were enjoying a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the house elves in the auditorium. Owls. Someone shouted and everyone looked up, seeing countless owls carrying packages in their mouths or grabbing them. The next moment, a large number of packages fell from the sky and landed in the hands of the young wizards. Look at this, someone broke into Gringotts yesterday. Merlin. How did he do it? It seems that even the head of the Auror office was defeated by him. Not only that, it says that the Ministry of Magic dispatched nearly 100 Aurors but still failed to catch the Dark Wizard. The Daily Prophet is almost entirely about the invasion of Gringotts yesterday, and it is extremely detailed as if the reporter was nearby and saw it with his own eyes. It's terrible, that's Gringotts. Ronald trembled. No one has ever stolen anything from there. Come on, you know who did it. Hermione said that Ronald had selective amnesia and forgot that Voldemort had manipulated Quirrell to sneak into Gringotts when school started. Now there is a second person who can do it. What's so surprising? Completely different. Penelope was also with them at this time. The senior sister obviously knew more about the wizarding world than the young wizards. It says here that it is a frontal intrusion. My God, do you know what this means? What? He defeated all the guards in Gringotts by himself. Because of work, Penelope naturally understood the structure of Gringotts, and she still had a rough idea of how strong those hired wizards were. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with these hired wizards, she is not enough to be beaten by them. Penelope is very smart and is the most talented and powerful female netizen in school now. In terms of spells, Penelo is not much different from those hired wizards and may even be better. But in terms of practical experience, Penelo is a complete layman. To put it bluntly, the difference between academics and practitioners is the difference between most wizards who graduated from Hogwarts and hired wizards. Ivan, what do you think about this matter? Penelo looked at Ivan, wanting to hear the younger brother's opinion, but found that the latter's expression was particularly calm. What's going on? Not only Penelope but even Hermione noticed it. They saw Ivan fold the newspaper very calmly and handed it to Harry, Ronald, and others who were very interested. Shuhu tilde tilde. Ivan drank a sip of milk looking nonchalant. XX. For some reason, an extremely absurd thought arose in the minds of the two women. Could it be that Ivan knew about this a long time ago? But why? How did Ivan know it? Yesterday, at this time Ivan seemed to. Suddenly, the two women looked at each other and they saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. This person. The person who invaded Gringotts is Ivan. The two women almost covered their mouths tacitly to prevent themselves from exclaiming and thus exposing Ivan's identity. No need to do that, it's actually no big deal. Ivan didn't speak, but his voice rang in the minds of the two women. This is an alternative use of legilimency, a wandless and spellless magic that only wizards like Ivan, whose sole attributes have reached 5 points, can do. Is it really you? Penelope exclaimed in her heart. She didn't know if Ivan could hear her, but she still asked, "How did you do it?" "It's not difficult, senior sister." Ivan smiled slightly and said lightly, "Just like it's written above, I walked in from the main gate, broke in, and then defeated the guards of the ancient liberation pavilion and the Aurors who came. That must be 200 people, right?" Hermione was shocked and scared. "You are only one person and then you won." The little witch knew that Ivan was very strong and beat Snape. Now that nearly a year has passed, his efforts must have improved a lot. However, facing the siege of nearly 200 adult wizards, he broke through the siege with his own strength. "Are you okay?" Penelope said worriedly, and Hermione's heart rose to her throat when she heard the senior's words. "Don't worry, their magic didn't even touch my clothes. To be honest, I'm very disappointed." Ivan did not hide the two women. This is what he prepared for himself, the poster girl next to the library owner. "Most of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic can't even use the iron electricity charm properly. The wizards hired by Gringotts are fierce enough. They came up with Avada to clear the way. At the beginning, I was also shocked. Unfortunately, after fighting for a long time, they just use a few tricks over and over again." Ivan discovered the difference between Aurors and hired wizards. The former has good theoretical knowledge but poor practical ability. The latter is very strong in actual combat, but they are just a group of three-pronged acts. Of course, a few magic tricks are more than enough for killing enemies and fighting. After all, the killing curse is basically unsolvable. When fighting, you can directly hit the enemy in the face. There is no need to practice magic such as removing your weapons and petrifying curse. In the future, when you meet hired wizards, you'd better be careful, they are too aggressive. Ivan's evaluation of hired wizards is still good, at least they are really determined to kill the enemy in the fight. This is too dangerous. Hermione still felt scared. She thought Ivan was too risky. "In the future, don't do such a thing again." "Hey." At this point the little witch added, "Let us go with you." Hermione knew that she was weak and couldn't help Ivan at all now. But there was no way to fight head-on. She could Wang Qianhao provide logistical assistance, such as helping Ivan conceal his tracks, falsely reporting an alibi, etc. For Ivan, her best friend, Hermione would not care about the laws of the Ministry of Magic. Even Penelope was mentally prepared for this. "I understand." Ivan accepted Hermione's kindness. The little witch really cared about him. "Next time I will inform you in advance." "And senior sister. Is my strength okay?" One of the purposes of Ivan's action this time is to verify his combat effectiveness. And this is the record before Ivan made a breakthrough. If it were now, Ivan would have the confidence to use a big magic to raise Gringotts from top to bottom. It is precisely because of this kind of natural disaster power that Ivan is not afraid of the Ministry of Magic. If a fight really breaks out, he can kill all the magicians. Amazing, can wizards be so powerful? Harry looked at the live photos in the newspaper. The picture looped was the dark wizard transformed by Ivan, who cast the magic of Vulcan to instantly defeat all the hired wizards. The young wizards had never seen the magic of Vulcan, and they didn't know what this magic meant. But this didn't stop them from being shocked. The battle at Gringotts seemed to open the door to a new world for the young wizards, making them understand that magic could reach such a height. He fought against hundreds of people with his own strength and beat back the powerful wizards with a magic. So cool. The young wizards living in the wizarding world led by Ronald had a fear of Ivan, but more of it was admiration and envy. Ivan was not Voldemort, and he did not kill people wantonly. Even the bear wizard whose arm was cut off by Ivan recovered afterward under the treatment of magic. So, don't look at the newspapers that Ivan is killing people everywhere. In fact, according to the statistics above, Ivan has not caused any greater harm except for slapping the Ministry of Magic in the face and questioning the safety of Gringotts. But who is he? On the Slytherin side, the little snakes are more concerned about Ivan's identity. It is unreasonable that such a powerful dark wizard did not know about his existence beforehand. At this time, Snape, who was dressed in a black robe and looked like a big bat, walked in from outside the auditorium in a hurry. He found Ivan, who was sitting there eating breakfast, at a glance. "Ambrosius, come with me." "Hem." Ivan raised his head and looked at Snape for a moment, then he stood up leisurely and followed Snape's footsteps. What happened? Ivan was called away by Professor Snape. Snape's arrival did not cause much movement. The little wizards now focused their attention on today's daily profit. They really wanted to know how the Ministry of Magic would act, and whether Gringotts was still trustworthy, whether their parents would transfer their property out, etc. What should we do? Hermione and Penelope were the only ones who knew the truth, and they were quite worried. However, Snape just called Ivan over, which did not mean that his actions had been exposed. They knew Ivan's influence in Hogwarts. Sometimes when professors discussed things, they would call Ivan over and seek his advice. Therefore, no little wizard associated the intruder with Ivan. On the other side, Snape took Ivan into an empty classroom with no one. He waved a spell to seal the entire classroom, not letting outsiders in and preventing the conversation inside from being eavesdropped by others. "Is this you?" Snape took out the Daily Prophet and pointed at the dark wizard, emitting white mist on it. "Isn't it obvious, Professor?" Ivan calmly found a seat and sat down, and this fearless look really made Snape's eyebrows jump wildly. Does he know? Snape was referring to Dumbledore. Snape had complicated feelings towards Ivan. On the one hand, Ivan was a student of Hogwarts, and as a professor, Snape had the responsibility to guide and protect them. But the problem was that Ivan's talent was too high. In just 1 year, no, it should be said that 1 month after enrollment, Snape was no longer his opponent. "Are you crazy?" Snape gritted his teeth and said, "Your magic with white steam is unique in the entire wizarding world." And the God of Fire led the way. "I suspect that there is only troll feces in your mind. Don't you know that this is Dumbledore's exclusive magic?" Snape was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted and understood what Ivan meant. The most he did was to cut off the hand of a hired wizard. Therefore, when Hogwarts, at least the professors at the dean level, saw today's newspaper, they recognized the identity of the Black Gang at a glance. The only thing that worried Snape was that Ivan was only 12 years old and had killed someone. Would it affect his mentality? Ivan raised his finger and tapped lightly, and then the space in the entire classroom shattered with glass pressure. He showed mercy and let him go, and you still say he has stepped into evil. The space that was originally full of cracks was restored to its original state, as if time had flowed backwards, as if nothing had happened. No need to hide anything anymore. You should know that before, a group of professors had joined forces to besiege Ivan during training. If this is not a B********D, Snape will drown him with Potter's shampoo when I go back. Ivan sighed and he said helplessly, "Do you know why Voldemort was so rampant in England? You really let Ivan do whatever he wants and then clean up his mess, right? If Voldemort had Ivan's strength, let alone letting him go, he would be considered rational if he didn't kill everyone in England. And with Ivan's strength at that time, the magic incarnation naturally could not hide. Trade." Without waiting for Snape to show horror, Ivan fiddled with it again. He did know that some magic could do similar things. As for the wizards hired by Gringotts, thinking of Ivan's strength that could sweep everything away, Snape just wanted to say, "Ivan is really, I cried to death. Can't you use other magic? Professor, are you concerned about me? The wizarding world is so big that there are too many spells invented by people, such as time stopping, reverse flow, and local space compression and destruction. To be honest, how do you plan to solve this matter? They are indeed difficult but not impossible." At the end, Snape expressed his true attitude. "What is this? What else can I say?" CFBJ, he didn't care about Ivan's friction with the Ministry of Magic, nor did he care about the life and death of the Gringotts goblins. Those guys are all international dark wizards. Since they dared to cast the killing curse on Ivan, they should be prepared to be killed by Ivan. Snape stared at Ivan, not only him but also Professor McGonagall and the others. XXX. However, according to the newspaper, Ivan didn't kill anyone at all. Snape knew that Dumbledore doted on Ivan, but he was a little jealous of him to this extent. This magical scene was a bit incredible even for Snape, a wizard, but the crux of the matter is not here. What did Snape see? A little wizard who had just entered school for less than a year, even if he was a natural great wizard, could not show such magic with just a wave of his hand. There is no doubt that this has overturned Snape's perception of the wizard race. How did you do it? A whole new realm, Professor. With enough strength, Ivan also had the confidence to speak. A new realm. Snape frowned in confusion. He did not understand what Ivan meant. Let me put it this way. Ivan asked, do you know the Great Wizard? Snape certainly knew this. Voldemort, Dumbledore, and the former Grindelwald, they were great wizards. Moody and Kingsley knew the difference between the Great Wizard and the ordinary wizard. How could Snape not know? Even he, who had close contact with Voldemort and Dumbledore, knew better than those Aurors that there was a gap between the great wizards. I am a natural-born great wizard, Professor. You should know that, right? Are you showing off to me? Hey. Ivan smiled and said, I guess so. It's the truth, isn't it? Then what is the new realm you're talking about? God. When Ivan spoke, Snape looked at him like a fool. Well, of course, I mean the power of God. I call it great magic, which is a new power that has undergone a qualitative change based on magic. Ivan is very optimistic about Snape. He has the potential to become a great wizard. Not only him, but also McGonagall and Nalavi. Although the two deans are a bit old, 70 years old is actually nothing for wizards. Wizards with powerful magic will subconsciously convey their needs to magic when they are old so as to maintain the activity of their bodies. Like Dumbledore, he is almost 120 years old and his physical fitness is not bad even though he looks white-haired. It is a bit exaggerated to say that he is a young and middle-aged man, but it is still okay compared to a 50-year-old middle-aged man. Therefore, for wizards, as long as they are not killed, their natural lifespan can easily exceed 100 years. Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, the three deans are masters of magic in their respective fields. They are not short of magical knowledge and experience, but what they lack is the courage to perform magic transformation and the most important, luck. The mortality rate of magic transformation is too high. As long as there is fear in the heart, it will inevitably be accompanied by failure. However, now there is Ivan. Ivan can help Penelope and Hermione design magic transformation potions, and naturally he can also help the deans go further. In front of the magic eye and the soul up to 5 points, there is no luck at all. As long as Ivan wants, he can guarantee the safety of magic transformation. Again, even if it fails, it can protect them and avoid danger. After many magic transformations, the magic master can break the shackles of life, let the magic power go further, and thus become a great wizard. And now I am in the E of the great wizard. For this new realm, Ivan could only describe it as mythical, because the power of plucking the strings of the world is really not much different from the legendary gods. Ivan did not tell Snape about the specific changes. There is no way. Without experiencing that feeling in reality, outsiders can't understand how the strings of the world exist. Magic is power. Professor, you asked me why I didn't disguise myself, Ivan asked back. But is it necessary? In the whole of England, there is no wizard more powerful than Professor Dumbledore. But why does the Ministry of Magic fear Voldemort but not him? Because the headmaster will restrain himself and he is willing to abide by the rules of the game set by the magic world. Voldemort is a pure table flipper. He directly ignored the rules of the magic world. Not only did he kill wizards indiscriminately, but he also treated muggles as pigs and dogs and slaughtered them at will. But even such a Voldemort still has a lot of pure blood support. It can be seen from this that the laws of the Ministry of Magic are bullshit. Ivan may be more terrible than Voldemort. Ivan raised a finger and smiled. I am willing to abide by everyone's rules of the game. Ivan said recklessly, this means that if I want, I alone can destroy the entire Ministry of Magic. Professor. Higher talent, more powerful power, and his ambition and thoughts. I will continue to grow and work hard to cultivate my own team. I want to be the second Dumbledore, not Voldemort. Professor, do you know what this means? Magic is power. Hearing this, even Snape couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and then took a breath. Does it really mean to force such a monster to the opposite side of oneself to be happy? With Ivan's talent, he doesn't need to follow Voldemort's old path. 014108225 Falu 194,412,320. With his ability, he could have taken such a broad road, but he chose the most extreme one. When a powerful wizard with overwhelming power does not intend to use violence but instead obeys the rules, what else can they ask of him? But this is not Ivan. Snape murmured this sentence and he couldn't find a word to refute Ivan. Perhaps in the eyes of Voldemort, who was promoted to the Grand Master, the insects of the Ministry of Magic were not enough to walk with him. Then I will get the support of the Ministry of Magic. When the term of office of the President of the International Confederation of Wizards expires, they can seek nominations from the Ministry of Magic of various countries. I don't really understand Voldemort. In the magic world, wizards have a path to promotion. He knew that the little teacher in front of him was not a good person. As Ivan said, as long as he wants, the law is worthless in his eyes. Hermione in the original book became the Minister of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is not enough for me to fight alone. But the old headmaster officially realized this, so he was extremely relieved. The nominated person will stand on the international stage and get votes. After graduating from magic school, they join the Ministry of Magic in various places or become free wizards and quietly accumulate reputation. It can be seen that Zion Vuong is definitely talented in this regard. He would fight his way out with his own hands. Ivan is more inclined to Dumbledore's style of doing things, and on that basis he deleted the part of the Virgin Mary. What's the point of standing yourself against countless wizards? Ivan doesn't really want to be the Minister of Magic, but there is someone around him who is very suitable for this position, that is Hermione. Are you kidding? What do you think? Ivan put his hand down. He wasn't angry at all because of Snape's refusal. It's normal to have doubts about talent and look down on Ivan for being too young. Besides, Snape was devoted to Lily and Harry. The Ministry of Magic is coming soon. Ivan stood up, walked out the door with his hands behind his back, and then looked back at Snape, who was still confused. Professor, do you want to come with us? What? Prophecy Magus, I can see the future. Ivan pointed at his eyes and motioned Snape to look at the window. In about half an hour, officials from the Ministry of Magic will come to Hogwarts to invite Dumbledore to attend a meeting. You haven't been exposed, have you? Well, Ivan shrugged indifferently. Who knows, but I think the Ministry of Magic should only come to ask the headmaster. The Fire God's way is too closely related to Dumbledore. Moody knows this magic. However, Ivan thinks that Moody will not betray Dumbledore. Even if he wants to know the truth, he will ask Dumbledore privately. However, Moody is definitely not the only one who has seen the Fire God's way. If the Ministry of Magic wants to use the tea ceremony spell, it is only a matter of time. What do you want to do? The Ministry of Magic came to the door and the prisoner was not afraid but wanted to get close to him. Snape has never seen such a bold and arrogant dark wizard. Yes, the black market. Even if he is still young, Ivan now gives Snape the same feeling as a dark wizard who ignores the law. Of course, it doesn't mean that dark wizards are bad people. Snape himself is a dark wizard. The so-called dark wizards and white wizards are actually two types of people in the magic world, and there is no difference between the two. Maybe in the eyes of muggles, dark wizards are very evil. But in the eyes of wizards, the black market is similar to professions such as forensic doctors and gravekeepers. People will avoid risks and be afraid, but they will not think that they should not exist. Dark wizards are not criminals, they are just wizards who study dark magic, that's all. Let's go, Professor. Is it more powerful than Dumbledore and Voldemort combined? By the way, who should be afraid? On the way, Ivan met Professor McGonagall. She also guessed what Ivan did yesterday. As for Ivan, his goal was to become the new headmaster of Hogwarts after Dumbledore abdicated. Fortunately, Ivan did not learn bad things. He took action to destroy the evil magic props. Moreover, Ivan restrained himself throughout the whole process, and this alone was enough to make McGonagall feel at ease. In that case, my only choice is this. He wanted to improve the strength of the two, but he would not let them follow him. In contrast, Ivan never thought of letting McGonagall and Flitwick work for him. Ivan's attitude towards McGonagall was much gentler than that towards Snape. Even Snape could accept the words Ivan prepared, let alone McGonagall. Ivan regarded Snape more as a very capable general manager of the company, a prey to be poached as a subordinate. Professor Cat heaved a sigh of relief. Can the great wizard go further? The two were more suitable to stay in Hogwarts and continue to teach the new teacher. Ivan respected Professor McGonagall very much and truly regarded her as an elder like Dumbledore. For the previous batch of cursed gold coins, this little monster, that's something from the Ambrosius family. So, Professor McGonagall, I destroyed them. Professor McGonagall and Nipu were stunned. Soon they reacted. Just as you think, they are dangerous, Ivan said. As the heir of the Ambrosius family, I have the obligation to destroy them. But directly invade Gringotts, Professor. You don't think that the goblins Nadijau will spit out what they swallowed, right? Ivan's words made it difficult for the two deans to refute. Yes, everyone knows how greedy the goblins in Gringotts are. Even the property stored by wizards in Gringotts will be coveted by goblins, not to mention the treasures that have been obtained by them and belong to them. Not to mention the British Ministry of Magic. Even Dumbledore, he can't change the will of these greedy goblins. The Ministry of Magic will not go against the goblins because of my words. McGonagall said, I will remind them because you keep it secret. When the old cat saw Snape, she was stunned at first and then she focused her attention on Ivan. Ivan did not explain because he had already walked towards the 8th floor. Ivan, you should be careful recently and don't expose yourself. Cursed gold coin. Ivan felt that the next headmaster would still have to be Professor McGonagall, and he could wait for more than 10 years when he was about 24 or 25 years old and then become a regular headmaster. Snape hurriedly followed. He wanted to tell Ivan not to conflict with the Ministry of Magic. However, when he thought of the power Ivan now had, Snape began to worry whether the Ministry of Magic would collapse. In addition, considering the issue of qualifications, Snape could not understand why such an unreasonable little master would appear. This morning, Professor McGonagall was almost scared to death when she saw the newspaper. Are you okay? McGonagall knew Ivan's nature. He was not a bad boy like Voldemort and he had his reasons for invading Gringotts. What is that? Well, Snape was much worse in this respect. What are you talking about? Snape was confused. He felt that Ivan's words were no different from slapping the Ministry of Magic in the face, especially since he had cursed Fudge and Umbridge, turning them into toads. For this reason alone, the Ministry of Magic would not let Ivan off easily. Moreover, Ivan was planning to expose himself. Yes, expose himself. According to Ivan, he would tell the Ministry of Magic that he was going to retrieve the soul chest of the Ambrosius family and destroy it. This sounded right, but the problem is you are admitting that you are a criminal. Then what? How will it end? You really don't want to give the Ministry of Magic any face, right? How to deal with the Ministry of Magic? Leave it to me and little Ivan. Dumbledore, now, I think everyone should congratulate this child first. He may have become the most powerful wizard in the entire wizarding world. McGonagall and Snape with a black question mark face. They said that Dumbledore's words changed so fast that they couldn't react at all. Albus, I don't understand what you mean. Are you talking about 8? This kid was not joking with me just now. McGonagall had no idea what happened, while Snape on the other side recalled what Ivan told him, that he had broken through and entered a higher realm. Is there really a higher realm, more powerful than the Archmage? What? McGonagall was stunned and asked quickly, what Archmage? Is there a realm above the Archmage? McGonagall could understand every word here, but when they were put together she felt like she had skipped dozens of pages when reading a book, missing a large part. The Archmage is the realm of wizards who have undergone magical transformation and achieved qualitative change. Little Ivan and Tom, we were originally at this level. But not long ago, probably last night. Dumbledore stroked Ivan's hair with great pride, with an expression of a younger generation in the family who was admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University and was proud of himself. Last night this child successfully crossed that barrier and stood at a height that no one has reached in nearly 100 years. As for this realm, because it is too rare and there is a historical gap, the magic world does not know how to call them. If there must be a conclusion, it is probably a half-circle that controls the great history of gods with a mortal body. In fact, the creator of the Deathly Hallows, the death god that the three brothers met, is actually a wizard of this realm. He left his inheritance in the three Deathly Hallows. Only wizards who have discovered the secrets can find a way to achieve magic through the path of death. In addition, Ivan is different from wizards who reach demigod through the 12 orthodox paths. His magic power of 6 was obtained by adding points. In other words, Ivan's magic power of 6 has no attributes of its own. In other words, Ivan has 12 or even more attributes, which is a perfect magic power with no attributes and all attributes. The difference is unknown to Ivan because he has not met the second demigod wizard. He just has a feeling. That is, his magic power of 6, like the previous magic power of 5 and thinking of 3, is an all-round enhancement. It feels like listening to a myth. Snape should have said something to Dumbledore, but the legend of the Grim Reaper, especially the existence of the Resurrection Stone, made him unwilling to doubt it. If what Dumbledore and Ivan said was false, it meant that the legend of the Grim Reaper was false and the Resurrection Stone did not exist. In that case, he would never see Lily again. Therefore, Snape did not refute it, contrary to his usual behavior. He deliberately hoped that what the two said was true. There really is a Grim Reaper, there really is a Resurrection Stone, and it really can bring back the beloved woman. Passive legilimency allowed Ivan to hear Snape's thoughts word for word. In theory, as a master of brain occlusion, Snape's thoughts should not be read by Ivan. After listening, the three had different expressions. In fact, the easiest way to win over Snape was to resurrect Lily. Isn't this too flattering? Once this happens, it will have a huge impact on people's worldview and values. Of course, the most important point is that Ivan does not know how to control the magic of death. As for Dumbledore, Dumbledore seemed to have known it for a long time and he was still smiling. Actually, there's no difference. Ivan told the three about the world string and the great magic. Ivan was completely speechless about Snape. It was really like a childhood sweetheart could not resist a gift from heaven. He licked the dog until he had nothing. This is where the headmaster and I are confident. This unchanging wizarding world should also change its appearance. Anyway, by that time, Ivan has already enjoyed more than 10 years of peace. If he is not careful, Ivan himself may turn into dry bones. Snape was shocked and couldn't accept it. Although Professor McGonagall was also surprised, she was more excited. Now it's not us who should be worried, but they should be afraid. McGonagall 397 rubbed her temples. She did understand. But Ivan could not do this even if he could really bring people back to life. Speaking of this, Ivan added, I don't have the idea of being an enemy of the Ministry of Magic. I prefer the current peace and tranquility to a chaotic wizarding world. Death is much more dangerous than life. Magic is the power of the mind. As long as the magic power is sufficient and the right method is found, resurrecting the dead is just like controlling time and space. It is part of Ivan's power and there is no good or bad, right or wrong. But the problem is that a person who should have died has been reborn. Life and death are natural laws, breaking them by force is not necessarily a good thing. Of course, when Ivan becomes the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, the result will be different. To be honest, the power we have has far surpassed the Ministry of Magic. I am not talking about good things here but side effects. However, the Resurrection Stone and Lily made Snape's emotions fluctuate violently. Ivan was so small, but he was even more powerful than Dumbledore and even reached the level of the legendary gods. Wait. Such a man could not hide from Ivan's eavesdropping. Resurrecting the dead is not an easy task and it must not be exposed. McGonagall suddenly felt that the world was changing too fast and she couldn't keep up with the pace. It's better not to hear it. But she understood, but wasn't the god of the world a bit too exaggerated? McGonagall and Snape are not from the same era as Dumbledore. If it was Grindelwald who was here, he would definitely see the shadow of Dumbledore when he was young in Ivan. More aggressive and more arrogant. He is like this, you really don't care. Snape looked at Dumbledore, wanting to say that he had trained another Dark Lord. However, Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. He really had no choice. Not to mention that he didn't want to fight before, now he couldn't beat him, so there was even less choice. They are coming. At this moment, McGonagall suddenly reminded. The three of them cast their eyes on the fireplace in the headmaster's office, only to see a burst of green flames rising, and then several figures walked out one after another. The leader was the director of the Auror office, Scrimgeour. And with him came Moody, Kingsley, and Dawlish, and the three of them took out their wands and cleaned the dust off their bodies. "Oh, you really should renovate the fireplace. Every time I come here I get covered in dust." Moody was very familiar with Dumbledore, and he did not hide his complaints. But when he turned around, he found that there were other people in the headmaster's office besides Dumbledore, Snape, and Minerva. Moody greeted Professor McGonagall. He knew both of them and was quite familiar with them. Only Ivan was not very familiar. However, when Moody was observing Ivan, the latter also raised his head and smiled at him. Kr. Somehow Zhongtong felt that Ivan looked familiar. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not remember where he had seen the little wizard in front of him. "Have we met before?" Moody limped forward and put his face directly in front of Ivan. The magic eye kept turning as if he wanted to see through him. "Oh, here we go again." Dawlish was speechless at Moody's reaction. He stepped forward and introduced, "This is Professor Dumbledore's favorite student, Ivan Ambrosius. He came to our Ministry of Magic with him last time." But even though Dawlish said this, Moody still stared at Ivan. Of course he knew who the boy in front of him was. But just because he knew, it was more worthy of suspicion, wasn't it? Dumbledore's Vulcan opened the way. There were not many people in the world who could do it. As Dumbledore's favorite student, Ivan knew this eighth spell, and the probability of mastering it was not zero. The most important thing was that Moody found that since he appeared here, Ivan had been very calm, as if he had known they would come early. As for the problem of mana, this is indeed a doubtful point. Such a young child cannot have such powerful mana. The guy in Gringotts, his strength is really exaggerated. If the other party's identity is really Ivan, then it is quite scary. Moody couldn't imagine how such a young child could have such power. What's more terrifying is, if he continues to grow, what heights can he reach in the future? Alistair. This time, Kingsley and Skollinger also found the problem. "Mad-Eye, don't scare this child." Skollinger was about to step forward to stop him. He knew that Moody was sick and looked at everyone as if there was something wrong, so he wanted to question him carefully. But Ivan was just a little wizard in Hogwarts. He couldn't have the motive to commit a crime, and they came here this time for important things to do. No. Moody and Ivan pulled a distance. He smiled. "You can hide it from others, but you can never hide it from me. It's you, right? That person, it's you." "What?" Skollinger and Dawlish were confused. Only Kingsley slowly took out his wand and pointed it at Ivan. "What are you doing?" McGonagall stepped forward and stood directly in front of Ivan. Professor Cat is actually a little nervous now. She never thought that Ivan's identity would be exposed so quickly. But when I think of Moody's ability, it doesn't seem strange to be seen through. After all, Mad-Eye's detection ability is well known in the wizarding world, and even Dumbledore may not be better than him. "Professor." Ivan was very touched by Professor McGonagall's protection of him, but he did it so there was no reason to hide behind the professor. So Ivan gave McGonagall a reassuring look and bypassed her. "First meeting. No, this should be our second meeting." Ivan's attitude was quite calm, without any of the arrogance he had in Gringotts. Instead, he looked like a bookish boy next door. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ivan Ambrosius. Eternal family, descendant of Merlin. Add another forgetfulness spell to ensure that they can return to the Ministry of Magic with peace of mind." Dumbledore laughed and avoided Moody's question. Suddenly, Moody looked at Ivan in disbelief, then quickly turned his head and asked Dumbledore, "This kid, he is a great wizard." Moody ignored the silly Dawlish. He was more curious about Ivan now. "Albus, do you know about him?" After knowing Ivan's situation, Moody actually no longer had the idea of being an enemy of Ivan. It was just a matter of a forgetfulness spell. "Boy, you are very strong, really fishy." "Are you serious?" "What?" "But you shouldn't break into Gringotts without permission. That will put you on the opposite side of the Ministry of Magic, which is not rational at all." As for Dawlish and Scrimmage, "Such a little guy, a wizard." "Ah, this what do you mean?" "Ambrosius." "Dawlish, you must be crazy, Moody." As for Kingsley, he is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and an absolutely loyal person to Dumbledore. so he doesn't need a forgetfulness spell. Great Wizard. This was the second time Moody heard this surname, and it was emphasized by Ivan. How old is he? There were two great wizards present, and anyone could knock them down in an instant. Knowing the difference between the great wizard and ordinary wizards in Gringotts, Dumbledore already felt that his worldview had collapsed. However, that shock compared with what he heard now was simply a joke. Heh. Scrimgeour and Kingsley looked at each other, and Dawlish on the side shouted, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." The first thing he did was to cast the Oblivion spell. Ivan really wanted to ask, are these guys really Aurors who represent justice, rather than some second-year defense against the dark arts professor? You. Scrimgeour felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted, but with Moody's reminder, he immediately discovered the similarities between Ivan and the dark wizard of Gulij. The same temperament, the same demeanor. Although the appearance is different, the feeling given is almost exactly the same. This also means that Ivan has never thought of hiding himself. He just stood here openly in front of the officials of the Ministry of Magic. Arrogance, it's really too arrogant. Mr. Director, do you want to stay here with me? Ivan smiled at Scrimgeour and saw that the wand he had originally held in his hand suddenly began to decompose, and just like that, it turned into ashes and dissipated under the gaze of everyone. My wand. Scrimgeour's pupils trembled, and he looked at the dust in his palm, his face full of disbelief. How did you do that? Destroying the wand was nothing, but being able to turn the wand into nothing without any spells or gestures. Exaggeration is not enough to describe the mood of the Aurors present, and even Snape and McGonagall. Ivan's move undoubtedly overturned their understanding of magic. Don't be nervous, Mr. Skollinger. After Ivan finished speaking, he waved his hand and saw the ashes condensed between his fingers. The next moment, Skollinger's wand was reshaped as if time had gone back. Look, isn't it okay? Ivan played with Skollinger's wand, waited a few times, and then handed it back to the other party. Skollinger stood there blankly and almost subconsciously took the wand. At this moment, the director of the Auror office had realized that he was no match for Ivan. No, not just him. No one in the entire British Ministry of Magic could compare with Ivan. And the consequences of being an enemy of such a strong man are simply unimaginable. Remember what I told you before. It is so stupid to let a politician who is obsessed with power and profit be the Minister of Magic. The conflict between Ivan and the Ministry of Magic, to put it bluntly, is a curse on Fudge and Umbridge. As for Gringotts and Goblins, these are actually not the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic, they are purely the Goblins' own problems. Even if Scrimgeour has a sense of justice, he can't stand up for the Goblins and bring a great enemy like Ivan to England. No matter how stupid a person is, he probably won't do such a thing. Fudge. Umbridge. Hello. Moody said disdainfully, they don't care about the difference in strength between the two sides. In the eyes of the two, Ivan is out of control and has slapped them in the face, tarnishing the authority of the Ministry of Magic. This kind of person is a threat and must be sent to Azkaban immediately. But send Ivan to Azkaban? Scrimgeour, Moody, and Kingsley, the three have never thought of such a thing. Ivan is too strong and too good. Once he grows up, the British magic world will stand at the top of the entire wizarding world and reproduce the glory of Merlin. To strangle Ivan in the cradle is to cut off the way back. So, in a vague way, Moody and Kingsley began to take positions. The two were not on guard against Ivan, but Scrimgeour and Dawlish. On the other side, not to mention Dawlish, who was still in a state of confusion, Skollinger did not feel fear. The head of the Auror office just stood there quietly, looking at Ivan. What do you want to do? Skollinger is a strict and righteous man, he is not afraid of death. If Ivan is the second Voldemort, Skollinger will attack him without hesitation. At most, he will die. I said it before. I will say it again now. Ivan glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly to show his support. I plan to abide by the rules of the game in the wizarding world, instead of relying on his own strength like Voldemort and flipping the table at will. Arg. Skollinger, are you willing to abide by the law? It's hard to say. For a moment, 3 reading sticks were pointed at him. Okay. Fudge and Umbridge, as well as the Aurors, did lose face, but they were not as skilled as others, so there was really nothing to say. What Ivan did, to put it bluntly, was that he was young and hot-tempered and made some people lose face. Only this time he didn't aim at Ivan but at Dawlish, who had been standing aside in a daze since just now. He didn't understand the current situation at all and was hit in the face by 3 magic wands. As for the Gringotts incident and the curse on Fudge and Umbridge, these things can be big or small. Fortunately, Gu Fan's answer made Skollinger quite satisfied. After all, the goblins only lost a dead soul's chest and the gold coins inside. As long as Ivan doesn't kill people at will, Skollinger can accept it. This scene almost scared Dawlish to death. Ivan is too strong. Dawlish threw the magic wand aside very sincerely, then raised his hands and surrendered. Even if Dawlish is unreliable, he can see how high the gold content of Ivan's move is. If we really want to talk about the harm, it is almost zero. Not only Skollinger but also Moody and Kingsley. Skollinger understood and he raised his wand. The goblins are greedy and it is impossible to take things back through formal channels once they get them. During the whole process, Ivan didn't kill anyone. Wait a minute. Can anyone explain to me what happened? Dawlish wanted to refute Ivan, saying that he was a little devil. What qualifications did he have to recruit him? First of all, the losses. Without waiting for the 3 to explain, Ivan stood in front of Dawlish. The boy said with an extremely pure smile cold words that were enough to make people tremble. Choose to follow Fudge or me. With a breath, the magic wand turns into ashes, and with a flick of the finger, the material is reshaped. What? Dawlish finally woke up from the truth that Ivan was the mysterious black wizard. In this case, we can only use force. Unfortunately, the reality is in front of us. It's time to choose a team, Mr. Dawlish. Ivan's words immediately made Skollinger's heart rise to his throat. If the rules are reasonable, I will naturally not break them, but if someone makes trouble unreasonably, then you can't blame me for playing. Wait. Dawlish raised his hands and said loudly that he could still be saved. Don't use the Oblivion charm on me. I am not in the same group with Fudge. Moody and Kingsley were quite speechless after hearing this. But since Dawlish is willing to change his allegiance, there is no need to cast the Oblivion charm. Of course, this depends on Ivan's intention. You will not regret your choice today, Mr. Dawlish. Ivan will not take small problems to heart as long as the wizards who come to surrender are not evil. Then, Professor, I am old and my legs are inconvenient. Dumbledore can naturally remove Ivan's curse. Even if the curse has reached the 6th level of magic power, as long as it does not have a fatal effect, Dumbledore can break it. The difference is only the length of time. It is a pity that Dumbledore chose to be lazy and simply threw all the troubles to Ivan, looking like a retired person enjoying his old age. There is no way. Who told me that Ivan is too capable? Dumbledore originally thought that it would take at least 4 or 5 years for Ivan to grow up. But no one expected that Ivan would become stronger so quickly, not only surpassing him, but also having the same ambition as himself and Grindelwald when they were young. If Ivan was not too young, Dumbledore would have let him go out to explore. Yes, you are old. Ivan shook his head. He looked at Moody and others, and then his eyes fell on McGonagall and Snape. I will go with you. Knowing that Ivan was going to the Ministry of Magic to remove the curse on Fudge and Umbridge, McGonagall hurriedly followed Ivan's footsteps. Professor Cat was very worried about Ivan. It was not about his strength, but he hoped that he could leave some room and be more tactful when doing things. What identity are you going to the Ministry of Magic with? Snape asked this question, and Moody, Kingsley, Delition and Scrimgeour squeezed and looked at Ivan. Although Ivan is now capable of taking over the entire Ministry of Magic. But just as McGonagall worried, Ivan is too young. If he wants to become the Minister of Magic, he needs not only strength but also reputation. It is unrealistic for a 12-year-old child to be in charge of the British magic world. If this really happens, Britain will definitely be laughed to death by wizards all over the world, mocking that there is no one in the British magic world, and they actually let a baby take the stage. This. Ivan smiled. I think with Fudge and Umbridge's eyes, they should not associate me with the previous dark wizards. Moody was able to discover it mainly because Ivan did not choose to hide. However, even the speculation on temperament and image still requires sufficient knowledge and experience. Fudge and Umbridge, even if they were given 2 more brains, would not be able to notice Ivan's true identity. You say that as if Fudge is a fool. Scrimgeour and Dawlish didn't know how to refute it. After all, Ivan was right. Fudge really had no experience in magic. Now I am the genius wizard of Hogwarts, Ivan Ambrosius. Ivan had been to the Ministry of Magic once before, and the wizards there knew that Hogwarts had produced a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Going to help again this time was Ivan's way of building momentum for himself. Ivan could break the curse that no one in the entire Ministry of Magic could break. This alone was enough to make Ivan's reputation soar. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by green flames, a group of people passed through the Floo network and entered the hall of the Ministry of Magic. The second time he came, Ivan was quite calm. He followed the 2 professors. Moody and Scrimgeour led the way for them, and Dawlish and Kingsley began to summon Aurors to maintain order. The group soon arrived at the Ministry of Magic's department dedicated to breaking curses. These 2 guys are simply a cancer in the magic world. This time not only Amelia but everyone was stunned. What? Albus didn't come. Amelia stepped forward. She had a very good relationship with McGonagall, so she said bluntly, "You are finally here. Where is Dumbledore?" "He is really too young." McGregor did not explain much but asked about the ward where Fudge and Umbridge were. "I understand, Amelia," McGonagall said, pushing Ivan in front of him. "But please believe in the ability of Hogwarts. This time Albus has given full authority to this child to deal with the curse. XX." Obviously, the officials of the Ministry of Magic did not believe that Ivan could solve this incident. But Ivan... Amelia obviously misunderstood. She thought that Dumbledore sent McGonagall to break the curse. McGonagall's words really surprised everyone present. "I don't underestimate you, Minerva, but this curse is really unusual. Group. How could Dumbledore not come for such a big thing?" Although he remained calm on the surface, Ivan had already laughed in his heart. What a pity. If it weren't for the image, they would have been allowed to stay like this for a few days. Ivan walked forward and found a toad lying in each of the 2 devices, which were Fudge and Umbridge. Ivan didn't like Fudge, and he hated Umbridge in the original book even more. What? Barty, Amelia, Cynics, and Mr. Weasley, everyone was here waiting for Dumbledore's arrival. If it was Dumbledore standing here, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The prestige of the world's #1 white wizard is indeed beyond words, but everyone looked around and couldn't find his figure. It was all white here, but there were no beds. Instead, there were 2 translucent devices that looked like Petri dishes. Even in terms of pure strength, the adult wizards present may not be able to beat him. You know, the entire Ministry of Magic's curse breakers were busy all day and night, but they could not shake the curse on the 2 people. Although there were doubts in their hearts, they were all here, so it was okay to let them try. Barty Crouch said seriously, "No matter how good this child is, he is just a child now." "Are you kidding, Minerva?" "Poof. Don't underestimate this child." Admittedly, they had met Ivan once and knew that he had a very high level of magical attainments. Is it possible that Ivan alone is more powerful than the entire Ministry of Magic? With this thought in mind, everyone surrounded McGonagall, Ivan, and others and entered a room that was cast with a traceless spell. Is he really okay? Mr. Weasley was still a little worried, but McGonagall and Moody didn't say anything, so he could only believe Ivan. "It's no big deal, just a small curse." Ivan said it very easily, as if he was eating and drinking water, which made the several curse removers in the room quite embarrassed. The cursed gold coin last time was the same. All of them were helpless with this thing and could only ask for help from Dumbledore. At that time, Ivan came with the old man. However, Ivan didn't show too much strength at that time, but just showed them a trick to prove that his magic attainments were not inferior to them and even far exceeded them. Now Ivan came alone. McGonagall and Snape were more like guardians who accompanied him to the Ministry of Magic, and Ivan was the main contributor. This curse is quite clever. Ordinary wizards really can't do anything with it. The root of it is still your magic power. Mana is the abbreviation of magic strength. 8. However, it must be admitted that this word, coming from a first-year wizard, is somewhat ironic. A group of adult wizards, elites at that, were educated by Ivan as little wizards. They all doubted who was the little network master between them and Ivan. Of course, a little skill is needed. Ivan did not use a wand. Since he was here to show off his power, he naturally had to show his strongest side. Ivan first waved his hand to turn the culture tank containing Toad Fudge into nothing. This move made all the officials of the Ministry of Magic present stunned. Vanishing spell. Silent and wandless vanishing spell. But it is the alchemical item that disappeared, right? It was an alchemical item with considerable magic resistance, but it was still wiped out by Ivan. Apart from anything else, this magic power alone was beyond their reach. Without the culture tank, Toad Fudge just floated in the air. Ivan pointed in the air. The next moment, the toad in the air twisted and changed, and Fudge fell to the ground with a thud. What happened? Where is this place? Fudge still looked frightened, and his memory was still stuck at the moment when he was turned into a toad by Ivan. For Fudge, his mind was blank the second before, and then he appeared here. Rufus, Barty, Amelia. Fudge quickly stood up from the ground and did not forget to tidy up his wizard robes. He looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him and immediately asked about the current situation. When he learned that he was cursed by a dark wizard and turned into a toad, Fudge's face almost turned green with anger. Damn it! Damn dark wizard, damn robber. Catch him, must catch him. Having lost so much face, Fudge could not suppress the anger in his heart, and he wanted to take Ivan to Azkaban and give him a Dementor's kiss. Excuse me, Mr. Minister. Seeing that Fudge was losing control, Ivan quickly cast a calming spell over him and said, I still need to remove the spell for Miss Umbridge. Can we talk about other things after I change her back? What? Fudge was just angry and only noticed Ivan, the little wizard, at this moment. He wanted to reprimand Ivan. But soon, Fudge learned from his colleagues what Ivan was here for. It was Ivan who broke the vicious curse of the Dark Wizard, and that was when all the curse breakers in the Ministry of Magic were powerless. Fudge was so surprised that he couldn't speak, and what shocked him even more was Ivan's identity. He was Dumbledore's favorite student and the successor that he focused on training. Fudge's magic level was indeed average. Fudge was still preparing for re-election, and he would never accept such a result. Oh. Umbridge's affected and coquettish voice, coupled with her expression, almost made Ivan vomit all his breakfast today. 53. On the contrary, it is too embarrassing for adults like them to bother a child like Ivan. The toad's appearance suits her very well. Anyway, whether she turns back to human form or not, this guy looks like a big pink toad. Oh my god, it's terrible. Not only that, Ivan's ability to easily break the curse has brought great shock to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore didn't come in person to lift Fudge's curse, which was so important, but instead handed it over to a first-year little wizard. Dumbledore asked Ivan to come here to improve this kid's reputation. The Minister of Magic looked at the backs of Ivan and the other two leaving, and his face was very ugly. Ivan really regretted letting this guy return to human form. Well, what frightened Fudge even more was that 2 consecutive defeats, the Cursed Gold and the Battle of Gringotts, would be enough to ruin his reputation once reported. Ivan left without hesitation, and Amelia and others didn't think much of it. Ivan knows the principle of boiling a frog in warm water. He has already stepped onto the stage of the British wizarding world, and there will be plenty of opportunities to perform in the future. Mr. Ambrosius, please. This point can be seen even now. The matter has been resolved, and the subsequent recovery still needs the attention of the curse breakers. However, before Fudge could say anything, the Ministry of Magic officials around him had interrupted his thoughts. It's really disgusting. Please remove the curse on Umbridge. This trust and ceremonial alone showed how much Dumbledore valued Ivan. 2 professors, let's go back. He has extremely powerful magic power and can easily defeat trolls and dark wizards. Ivan didn't look at Fudge, he reproduced the previous casting process again, and Umbridge returned to its original state. Especially after these 2 incidents, the entire Ministry of Magic will know that there is an unimaginable little wizard in Hogwarts. Am I okay? Who saved me? Thank you so much. And who will be the target of Ivan's rising status and influence? However, Fudge didn't think so. But his political sense was quite sharp, and he almost noticed the threat at the first time. A little wizard, of course, should focus on his studies. It is conceivable that if the Ministry of Magic encounters unsolvable problems in the future, they will definitely think of Ivan, such a powerful little wizard with extraordinary strength. Scrimgeour and Amelia, the two high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic representing Horrors and Justice, spoke at the same time. Even Fudge had to give in. Obviously, it's him, the current Minister of Magic himself. After returning to Hogwarts from the Ministry of Magic, Ivan said goodbye to the two professors. The two still had to attend classes, and Ivan also needed to reunite with Harry, Hermione, and others. Dumbledore said nothing. Dumbledore really believed in Ivan, which can be seen from the fact that he entrusted everything to Ivan. "Then I'll go back first, Headmaster." "Go." Dumbledore, also, although it's a bit late for me to say this now. "But little Ivan, I still hope you can enjoy your life in Hogwarts, of course." Ivan never thought of leaving Hogwarts. If there is a place in the entire wizarding world that Ivan likes most, it is definitely this magic school. He has decided to treat this place as his home, and now is not the time for me to step onto the stage. Ivan has a clear plan for his own path, not to mention himself, Hermione, and others have not grown up yet. Therefore, there is no need to be so anxious about many things. Ivan still has plenty of time. The tacit understanding with Dumbledore made Ivan not need to explain too much. He knew that the old man could understand his thoughts. After the trip to the Ministry of Magic, Ivan's identity had been exposed to Moody and other high-level officials of the Ministry of Magic. No, it cannot be said that the high-level officials. In fact, most of the high-level officials, including the Minister of Magic, did not know the true situation of Ivan. Here we can see how much Ivan values the members of the Ministry of Magic. Compared with political status and management ability, Ivan cares more about the combat effectiveness of the wizards themselves. There is nothing he can do about it. What kind of internal affairs do wizards play? That is not what they should do. They all have magic and they are still fighting for power and intrigue. Ivan doesn't know what to say to them. Ivan. Near the end of the semester, the exam is imminent. Hermione and Parvati borrowed Penelope's first-year notes and began to review seriously. The two girls have already helped Ivan to take a seat. Today is the last class of this semester, followed by the extremely torturous exam week. The young wizards need to take written tests and interviews according to the requirements of the professors of each subject. Of course, these assessments are not difficult for Hermione and Parvati, who are top students. Needless to say, Ivan didn't even need to take the exam and he was directly rated O, the highest. When Professor Snape asked you to go out just now, I was scared tilde. Knowing that the dark wizard who invaded Gringotts was Ivan, Hermione was very worried. Fortunately, nothing happened. Before seeing Snape coming, the little witch even thought that Ivan had been exposed, and Snape came to inform him to run away quickly. Fortunately, this did not happen because Ivan came back. "What can happen to me?" Ivan snapped his fingers at the little witch, and the latter covered his forehead in pain with a displeased face. But it is indeed exposed. Ugh. Listening to Ivan's disdain for the Ministry of Magic, Hermione once again felt Ivan's confidence now. In this way, the exam week passed in a flash. "Ivan, the curse that the Ministry of Magic cannot break needs to be solved by me and the headmaster, especially in terms of combat ability." Unlike Hermione in the original book, the little witch now has a very deep understanding of strength. With Ivan's guidance, Harry is definitely stronger than his counterpart in the original book. He is a Gryffindor student at Hogwarts and a disciple of Dumbledore with a good family background. In addition to Ivan's background, the little witch had a good mentality. She liked exams, not the exam results. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that the current Ministry of Magic is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ivan estimated that Harry now could beat his own Harry in the original book in seconds. In addition to getting an O in the herbology class, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also gave him good evaluations. Ivan smiled slightly and said calmly, "The Ministry of Magic is not as powerful as you think." "Nothing. But there shouldn't be anything next," Ivan said. "When the final exam is over, the professors will renovate the 4th floor and have a practical test for you." Ivan doesn't need to worry about this matter. The professors are free to arrange it. As for Ivan himself, the Battle of Gringotts was the test of his first year. Now that the test is completed and it ended perfectly, Ivan completely relaxed and he has begun to plan how to spend the next summer vacation. However, Hermione did not envy Ivan's exemption from the test. The little witch's favorite thing is to take the test, which makes her feel extremely excited. The only bad thing is probably that Hermione cares too much about the results. In the next few days, Hermione let Ivan see what crazy preparation for the test is. Obviously, Ivan can be 100% sure that with the ability of the little witch it is a sure thing to get an O in all subjects. But Hermione, who was born with a holy body for exams, could not relax at all. Without sufficient military support, the Ministry of Magic is nothing. Then there was Neville, whose progress was very obvious. They are all working for others, so they naturally hope that their boss is capable, not a fool like Fudge. The most important thing is that Ivan is not Voldemort, he has enough capacity. On the other hand, after listening to Ivan's description of the trip to the Ministry of Magic, Hermione's eyes were filled with admiration for Ivan. Harry's results were very good, and he could be in the top 5 even in the entire first grade. She was not nervous or worried. Even if you look at the entire magic world, it is estimated that there is no other wizard who can compare with Ivan. As for Harry, Ronald, and Neville, they are obviously the same age, but the ability shown by Ivan is simply incomparable to them. Parvati, on the other hand, failed to get an O evaluation due to a mistake in the spell interview. Even Ronald didn't have to worry about being beaten by Mrs. Weasley when he took his transcript back because of Ivan's magic class. Of course, if she didn't get an O King's Good in any subject, Hermione would still feel sad. No, it's not just the little market in Hogwarts, and there are people who understand things in the Ministry of Magic. Without a doubt, she got full marks in all subjects. They can't find any reason to refuse. For example, Moody and Kingsley are very insightful. They see Ivan's strength and potential. Hermione was startled and asked quickly, "Then what?" Just like last time in this time. The result of the final exam was a happy one for everyone. The trapdoor trial on the 4th floor was not only for Harry and Hermione but also for wizards of all grades under Ivan's suggestion. Of course, participation here requires the permission of the professors. The professors will adjust the difficulty of the trial according to the grade of the young wizards, except for the graduating 7th grade. If it was the original trapdoor trial, the professors would definitely not be able to control it. But now there is Ivan. After Ivan's transformation, the trapdoor trial has undergone a huge change. First of all, the level structure is no longer the original single-threaded, but according to the strength of the person entering, there are different difficulties such as simple, difficult, and hell to choose from. Not only that, the magical creatures and magical plants that appear in the trapdoor trial are all provided by Ivan. The professors will make and refine them into various magic props and potions, and use them as the boss and rewards of the level to increase the enthusiasm of the little teachers. In addition, the assessment of the trapdoor trial is not mandatory. In fact, only the top 10 or so young wizards in each grade are qualified to take the test. If you can't even satisfy the professor with your performance in the final exam, then this kind of adventure with a certain degree of danger is even less likely to be allowed to participate. And this kind of assessment qualification, the mentality is also crucial. Just like the original Neville and the little badgers and eagles, even if they meet the requirements, if their minds are not mature enough, the professors will not let them go. The grand first Hogwarts trapdoor trial began. Because it was the first time, not many young wizards signed up. In addition to Ivan's friends, only Slytherin and Gryffindor students signed up in the first grade. Unfortunately, except for a few first-year wizards such as Draco, none of them met the minimum requirements of the professors. Even if they only participated in a simple trial, it was the same. The situation in the 2nd and 3rd grades is similar to that in the 1st grade. The main reason is that Hogwarts has been peaceful for too long and the young wizards have too little experience in actual combat. This makes many people not have the courage to take any trial. Especially after watching the 1st grade after Hermione and others passed the level, the broadcast of passing the level was extinguished. Yes, the broadcast of passing the level. This is another modification that Ivan made to the trapdoor trial. He set up warning magic and monitoring magic at various places in the level. The former is to ensure the safety of the children, and the latter will capture the thrilling scenes of the little wizards when they pass the level. Among the first-year friends, the best performance is Hermione and Harry. Hermione has mastered a variety of magic, and Harry is a genius in practical combat, looking at the top reaction talent. The broad cast of the two peoples passing the level really amazed many little wizards, and even the seniors were frightened. Although the professors have repeatedly stated that the little wizards in the trial will be adequately protected, at most they will be injured, and their lives will never be in danger. Unfortunately, not everyone has the courage to face the monster. This is just a first-year assessment. As the grade increases, the levels that students have to face, even if they are just simple, will make people's heartbeats accelerate and feel great fear. After several months of teaching by Ivan, Penelop's magic level has been greatly improved. She was lucky that she encountered a storm just after the time. The magic potion was successfully refined, and the subsequent transfiguration was naturally not a problem. With the help of Ivan's magic eye, the senior sister successfully completed the practice of animagus transfiguration, which greatly improved her understanding of transfiguration. According to Ivan's calculations, the senior sister's thinking attribute must have been improved in this wave. And being able to survive such a test is very good for Penelo. Penelop's animagus form is a delicate and small white dove, Aphy. The senior sister can be said to be quite satisfied with this result. Although the practice of animagus transfiguration is more about improving one's adaptability to transfiguration, who would refuse to have a good animal form? The white dove belongs to birds and has the ability to fly, which can improve the mobility of the netgang master. Moreover, the size of the pigeon is relatively small. If it encounters danger in the future, it only needs to hide in a corner, and the chance of escape will immediately soar. Whether in the Muggle world or the Wizard world, few people will hurt the pigeon. Common characteristics, flying ability plus exquisite appearance. In order to fully master her animagus form, Penelope spent a lot of effort. Before the end of the semester, Penelope was almost always with Ivan. Ivan also invented several spells suitable for her according to her specific situation, including attack and defense and several improved transformation spells. Ivan even analyzed the white state of the student. According to the magic circuit in the animagus form and Ivan's understanding of memory magic when casting without a wand, he successfully developed a method to engrave magic into the animal form. The only disadvantage is that this engraving cannot choose 2 advanced spells and the number is limited. Not only that, each engraved spell has a different cooling time. With Penelope's current magic talent, she can probably choose 6 spells to solidify after transforming into a white dove. She can use the disillusionment spell, the armor spell, the bubble head spell, the freezing spell, and the apparition spell. The engraving of these 5 spells, even with Ivan's help, still took up a lot of time and energy. The water and fire invulnerability and the freezing spell are okay, they are elementary spells. Although the disillusionment spell and the armor spell are difficult, they are only intermediate spells, barely touching the threshold of advanced spells. Even with Ivan's improvements and methods, if Penelope relies on herself, she will need at least several years to integrate these 2 spells with the white dove form. Fortunately, Ivan's magic control is too amazing, and he directly compressed several years into 1 month. Now, except for the most difficult apparition spell, Penelope's white dove form is no weaker than ordinary magical creatures. Not to mention the attack power, there are really many ways to save her life. The disillusionment charm can make the pigeon invisible, the armor charm can resist various spells and physical attacks, and the bubble head charm even takes into account the problem of falling into the water. There is also the freezing charm. Once you encounter a difficult dodge or a situation where the flight trajectory is blocked, cast the freezing charm to slow down the surrounding objects. In this way, with sufficient reaction time, you can accurately avoid objects and escape from their gaps. If the senior sister can also engrave the apparition spell in the future, then the animagus transformation will really become a magical skill. If you can't beat them, just change your body and find a place to hide. Apparition takes time, and there is a possibility of being hit by the anti-apparition spell. But after Ivan's research, he found that the apparition of animagus in animal form is somewhat different from that of human wizards. This means that the anti-wizard apparition spell is ineffective against animagus. Of course, this does not mean that the apparition of each animagus is different. If that were the case, anti-apparition Kenkawa would have a lot of work to do. In fact, this difference is more like a big category. Simply put, after all animagus become animals, no matter what kind, cats, dogs, birds, insects, they are classified into one system. And the magic used by these transformed animals is collectively called animal magic by Ivan. At present, there are only 2 people in Hogwarts who have mastered animal magic. One is Professor McGonagall and the other is Penelope. The older cat girl heard about the animal magic invented by Ivan and was very interested. She is an animagus. With Ivan's help, the risk of engraving is minimized. Coupled with Professor McGonagall's own magical attainments, the number of magic she can cast in the form of a tabby cat far exceeds Penelope, reaching an extremely terrifying 10. Yes, 10. After Professor McGonagall turned into a tabby cat, she can engrave a full 10 kinds of spells. This makes Professor McGonagall still have a fairly objective combat power even if she turns into a cat. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall has a good character. Otherwise, with this ability, if used in a sneak attack, she can even take advantage of Voldemort's inattention and send him away directly. Amazing! Is this the senior? She passed, really passed. Penelo passed the 5th grade test of Hell difficulty. At this time, in the Hogwarts auditorium, bubble-like projections were floating above the heads of the little wizards. Today's test was played inside. There were not many students in Hogwarts, 7 grades, and only so many people in total. According to the arrangement of Ivan and the professor, the trial lasted for 6 days, and students from grades 1 to 6 were given the test respectively. Because of the different difficulty levels, senior students can know the content of the level in advance and get a certain amount of preparation time. For example, Penelo, who has now completed the 5th grade test. The senior chose the Hell difficulty test of her grade. The girl did not live up to Ivan's guidance during this period. Compared with herself a few months ago, Penelo's current magic attainments can easily beat him. Even if Penelo was asked to participate in the 6th grade test, the girl could pass the difficult level. In addition, in order to make the students of Hogwarts feel more involved, Ivan specially invented this projection magic. Looking at the various excited or envious shouts in the hall, Ivan knew that such a final challenge type of trial would become one of the 10 new activities of Hogwarts. This is much more meaningful than the meaningless House Cup. Professors such as McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were a little worried at first, but the result of the trial was unexpectedly good. They had to admit one thing, that is, they were indeed a little behind the times. The tradition of the House Cup has continued for thousands of years and its existence will naturally continue to be passed on, but this does not mean that Hogwarts cannot add some new tricks. The final exam was a very good attempt. In 5 days, many young wizards showed their extraordinary talents through the projection of the exam. Envy, admiration, and jealousy. These young wizards who stood out gained a lot of popularity and became the focus of the academy. 0. However, Penelope was a little embarrassed. As for those who were eliminated, Ivan also gave them consolation prizes. Penelope also watched the projection of Hermione and others on the first day. Although they were still very immature, their performance was equally amazing. Ivan and his friends were sitting in a corner of the auditorium. When he saw Penelope coming over, he immediately congratulated him. The only difference was whether the fight was beautiful enough. Penelope was unscathed. With her strength, it was actually quite easy to pass the 5th grade Hell level assessment. So in a not very serious situation, Penelope and Ivan's relationship became more and more intimate, and they already looked like a boss and a personal secretary. Ivan smiled and said, "Or do you need me to prepare a special test for you?" Next year, Ivan will make the final exam more perfect. Not to mention the various admirations of Hermione, Parvati, and others, Penelope wanted to know Ivan's evaluation. The unrestrained posture of walking in the garden and the domineering power of smashing the guardian golem with a spell directly made it no exaggeration to say that Penelope was the most capable witch among the students of Hogwarts. Ivan wants to establish a competitive ladder in Hogwarts in this way. I feel like I should participate in the 6th grade trial. No one wants to lose face, and everyone hopes that they are the one who stands out. It can be predicted that once the trial projection is released, many unyielding role kings will be born in Hogwarts in the future. If they were put in the position of Hermione and Harry, not to mention the same age, they seem to be no match for them now. Hermione, your performance is also very good.
Not bad.
The young wizards also have experience. Next time they participate, they will definitely not be thrown out of the level without doing anything like now.
Congratulations.
This is very embarrassing. Ivan was the kind of person who would unconsciously attract people just by standing there. Hermione came over and looked at Penelope with envy. Apart from anything else, as long as you have the courage to stand up, even if you don't pass any level, you are still worthy of praise. There will be a chance next year. Penelope told the truth. She now knew Ivan very well and knew that he was not a leader that people would stay away from. It becomes clear at a glance who is stronger and who is weaker and who is better. The magic they mastered, their understanding of spells, and their decisiveness and courage on the spot made many seniors feel ashamed. Senior Penelope, you are so amazing. And this is only the first time. It is hard to imagine that a group of first-year wizards can do that. How do you feel? Obviously, Penelope's performance was quite eye-catching. The first year of Hogwarts ended in the noisy 7-day trial event. As for the House Cup, it naturally fell into the hands of Gryffindor without any surprise. Poor Slytherin College has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. It can only be said that there is a kind of causal force in the magic world, that is, the number 77 is a magical number. Once it is reached, it will form a powerful contract magic such as Voldemort's Horcrux. Why did he create 7 Horcruxes and why did he think 7 was a magical number? Ivan actually thought about these. In fact, there are some special magics in the nature of the magic world. They are hidden in the void, waiting for wizards to contact them. This kind of magic has a general name in the wizarding world: contract. Yes, the essence of the 737 contract is to establish a connection with the rules that exist in the void so as to obtain the constraint of cannot be broken. In theory,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.